Hey, 8217 Liam, Peaceful Dragon, and Chucktails. Yes, we're finally going to actually cut a plant and mow the lawn with our lawnmower. Unfortunately, I was building a Plantera arena, and I don't think I actually finished it. I was trying to line it with background walls, but I did not have enough time to line the whole thing. Why you even keep on going? What do you mean? Why would I not? So we may have to just, rig up something in the arena. Real quick, to stop things from spawning there. Okay. I did a couple things off stream. Two main ones. I managed to get Skeleton farm. Oh yeah, we did farm a while ago. I got turtle armor. It took... How many turtles did it take? I got decently lucky, I think. 23 turtles. I got turtle armor, which is a bit more defense on top of the, you leave for a week on vacation. A week is nothing. So now we have a fair amount more defense than we had for the twins. And I also built, well, started building a Plantera. Does melee damage increase affect the lawnmower? No, the lawnmower is classless damage. It does not get buffed. So I think instead of trying to fill this up with background walls, I'm going to put honey down, because honey also shuts down spawns. I need to get some blocks. I put all my blocks away. And that should make sure we're uninterrupted during the boss fight. Let's get some ashwood should be fine. Ashwood and mud. Yeah. Plantera, I don't suspect Plantera will be terribly difficult. But we'll see. We'll see. Total armor reflect damage not counted. I am not wearing the full set, so I do not have the set bonus that reflects damage. Hey, Master Rico. Actually inspired you to do another full playthrough. Nice. Hope you have fun. I can cheese by mob cap and projectile cap. I'm aware of how I can cheese bosses. I'm not going to, though. If I cheese the boss, it kind of defeats the purpose of playing the game. I didn't make that cheese all bosses video because that's a tactic I use. I made it just because it's fun to do sometimes. I wish I had, like, honey bombs, or something similar. But I didn't do enough lava fishing to get wet bombs. I don't think I did any lava fishing, actually. So we just have to do this by hand. You mean the boss hooks are gone? I know. I made the video showcasing that. I said meow. I made a video showcasing that. I'm well aware that it's an option. I'm not going to, though. How long do you think she'll take? I don't know if it'll take one day. It might still take a couple days. I don't think it would take more than 2 days, though. If I put these on, make sure this bat doesn't do any real damage to us. I can't really do much to the bat. Flying enemies are really difficult to fight with the lawnmower. The weird oyster thing that normally turns into a mermaid that's quick in water and can basically fly does that work in honey as well? I think you would turn into a merfolk, but you would still be slowed down because honey reduces your speed. That's thick enough. I do wish there was a faster way to do this, but this is as quick as we can go with our current items. But I think we're going to have 127 defense, I think is the number when the time comes. Which Plantera hits for 100 damage in phase 1. That is going to reduce 98 points of damage per hit, I believe. So in phase 1, she's going to be doing virtually no damage to us. Now phase 2 is going to change that up a bit, because her damage goes up a fair bit more. We are not going to be able to just sit still and tank Plantera for a long period of time. But phase 1 at least should be fairly straightforward. And in phase 2 her defense goes down, so it should make that considerably easier there. Yeah, I was working on building this off stream and then I kind of ran out of time. Let me... If I go back, I think I can get rid of these bats. I should simplify things. I heard something pick up a coin. I don't like that. It's down there. It's been something that died to to lava. Okay, and as long as nothing spawns off to the right, I think we can pretty confidently say that this arena, this honey, is deep enough. Now, I will probably want to make it a little bit deeper just so I can dip down in it and get that regen buff. The other thing about honey that I learned, I think Dino Chest was the one that told me this, is the difference between honey and lava when it comes to enemies spawning is honey eats spawns while lava redirects spawns. Or maybe I have that backwards. I think it's honey eats spawn, lava redirects. Which means if an enemy tries to spawn on a block and then fails because there's honey, they will not try to spawn again, whereas if there's lava, they'll be sent to another area. Hey, Jason. I think is what it was. I might have that backwards, but... You're not the new? Oh no, who is the new? And I think this might be the first fight where we actually use our mobility at certain points in time. Because I think in phase 2, we're probably going to have to do, you know, some degree of dodging when the time comes. So, we may, you know, what are you looking at? Plantera's Arena. Unfortunately, it's not finished, which is why I'm putting honey on the bottom. Come on. You remember a channel named Rachel? Yeah. Are you the one from like Texas? Is that? that Rachel? Yeah, welcome back. Oh, that's not good. Where did that bat spawn? Maybe this honey is not quite... Huh. Maybe I'll need to make it a bit deeper. What the wall's doing? So, do you just have to make walls all the way up to the ceiling in order to shut off spawn rates? Is that how that works? I don't really remember exactly, but these walls are like 55 high and they still don't shut off spawn rates. Or shut off spawns. I don't usually use walls in arena building too much, so I didn't remember exactly how much you needed. I thought it was 50, but evidently not. Won't bats spawn off screen? Enemies need blocks to spawn on. Flying enemies, even though bats fly, they still need to spawn. Spawn box is bigger than you can see. Yeah, but what is the actual number of walls you need to place to stop enemies from spawning? I'd say about 3. Yeah, okay, that honey over on the right isn't quite deep enough. I think once I'm deep enough to sit in it, that's probably the right depth. Hey, Team NWG. I think it's because I'm not deep enough to actually be submerged in it. It's not deep enough to shut off spawns. Whoops. The whole arena sealed? Yes. I think we're deep enough over here. I think we're deep enough over here. This one I think needs to be a little bit deeper, because notice that we don't get submerged in that honey. I think that's the issue with it. Me. It's a bit under 50 blocks above below the player. I know, that's not what I'm asking, though. I know with the spawning, like, do you just need walls over literally every block in range above where an enemy can spawn? Like, what is these... Okay. That was the question. I know the blocks separating the honey can spawn bats. But I'm gonna get rid of those. My lighting keeps flickering. I don't know why. No, in-game. Let me... Swap all these to the same porch type. Is it a set interval? I don't know. It's just happening randomly. Like... It happened just before I said that, where, like, the lights blacked out for a second, then went back. Okay, this is deep enough now. Okay. And let's... For the sake of testing this, I'm gonna crank up... Where did that skeleton come from? Why can things spawn here? What the fuck? Why? Honey's supposed to stop things from spawning. How deep does it need to be? Goddamn. Okay, well I could just... What walls are behind the honey? I don't remember the type of wall that I put down there. They're player-placed walls. I mean, I could just, like... do this. But that's not a very spacious arena to fight Plantera in. Honey is supposed to stop things from spawning on it, right? How deep does the honey need to be? Because I thought it was just... Because, like, stuff definitely can't spawn in honey once it gets deep enough, but how deep does that need to be? Because I would have thought this was enough. I see a peaceful dragon. Got only lava stop spawns? No, things definitely cannot spawn in honey. I just don't have good means of mass producing honey. So getting it to the proper size is being annoying. Hey, Goose. Maybe it just needs to be a full block. Maybe it needs to be a couple blocks. I don't know. I'm gonna go until they stop spawning, though. Probably not deep enough, yeah. We still have spawns on 10x? No, that's just the regular spawn rate, okay. That right there, the lighting just flickered for a sec. I managed to run a good D&D one-shot yesterday. Nice. Yeah, it's really important to shut off spawns during this fight because, like, we can't deal with things mid-fight. If they show up, we can't get rid of them. So it's really important to spend the time to do this. I really feel like you don't have to fudge dice rolls in one-shots as much because the players dying and things is much less of an issue. Because, like, if they die, so what? It's a one-shot. You're not losing an overarching campaign storyline. Combat heavy? What was it? Honey will no longer block spawns. I am going to make this honey until it is deep enough to the point that I would be convinced it doesn't spawn things. It doesn't block spawns. At this point, for the sake of proving a point, Wow, what is that down there? Holy shit, do you see what that is in the Plantera arena that I used when I fought it with a copper short sword? Is that a giant thing of honey that I used to stop things from spawning in the arena? Because honey stops things from spawning. Wow, look at the complete lack of enemies that are spawning in this place covered with honey. Because honey disables spawn rates and stops things from spawning. Because that's a mechanic. It's just the depth needs to be a certain level that hasn't been reached yet. Yes, honey does stop things from spawning. We just have to make it a bit deeper. How many tiles deep is that? I don't know. That's not like the required amount. That's more than we need. I'm gonna get honey bombs. Honestly, it would probably be faster. Do I have hellstone bars? How about I don't have a lava... Oh, I have a molten pickaxe. I could... I don't know if it would be faster. Boss monster you picked was a Minotaur. Now you kind of want to play one for an actual character. Oh yeah, 5th edition has like a Minotaur race. Right? As like a playable character. Is the Minotaur just nerfed a lot compared to the monster one, or are there drawbacks related to playing it? Because I know in 3.5, if you were playing a monster race, you would have level adjustments, and you would play a lower level character. Because of being a monster, you would have fewer class levels to balance you with everyone else. The other thing this is going to do is it's going to give us honey to sit in. Hey, Foxy. Which is good for a region. I would assume either it needs to be a full tile, 2 full tiles, or at most 3 full tiles. But I don't think it would take 3. Let's see where we're at now. Let's see if that's thick enough. That might be enough. I'm not seeing anything. Okay, it looks like... I think it just needed to be over 1 tile thick. That seems to have done it. Okay. Let's get everything set up now. I'm gonna take over my hut statues, my sundial. I don't think I'll need teleporters for anything. Hut lantern, bass statue, campfire. I'll take two of each. I think I only have one bass statue, but 2 of everything else. The other nice thing about honey, what's the Plantera strat? Sit in her, deal damage. That's pretty much that. Is I can actually put down a bass statue inside the honey. Unlike, lava, which breaks bass statues. Same thing with, well, you could put hut statues in lava, but you couldn't place them directly on them, which is annoying. Okay. I think that's all of our arena buffs. I'll need to wire this up. I'll also put down some sunflowers, because why not? And then I need to put down a block for me to walk into when dealing damage to Plantera. Probably just right there. No, there are several things. The flare gun is also classless damage. Can't think of any other ones off the top of my head, but dynamite deals classless damage. Bombs deal classless damage. So we have 114 regen, 309 pumpkin pie, 183 iron skin. I think that'll be enough. 1,100 healing potions should be plenty. That's so weird that the flare gun is classless. Is it? I don't think it's that weird. It'll take Sharptooth Necklace, not use it yet though. I think that makes everything. Buy a timer from the mechanic. A quarter second. I mean, if you look at the flare gun, it does not specify a damage type. Okay. Huh. How's this arena gonna work? What if I were to make a hoik like this? That's not. The block swapped platform hoiks not do anything if you're in honey? So I want something to block my movement, but I also don't want to give stuff a place to spawn. If I... Well, this will be fine until phase 2. We'll reconsider in phase 2, but I don't think this will be an issue in phase 1. Okay. Bass statue, Hout lamp. Campfire, honey. Pumpkin pie, iron skin, regen. I'm gonna swap. Where's my cross necklace? Cross necklace is over here. Cross necklace, and if we need to move, I am going to put on Terra Spark boots and balloons. If we need to move, I'm gonna swap these. Probably these 3. Plantera bulb farm. No, we don't need a bulb farm. There's a bulb right here. Oh, I should put down the sundial too when I get the chance, but I don't need to worry about that right now. Okay. Okay. Come on. Come on. Okay. Well, yeah. This is it. You know, dealing... We should be dealing 5 DPS. I don't know why it's saying 4. But let's say 4 DPS. That's gonna be, what, 240 damage a minute? Which, is gonna be 2,400 damage every 10 minutes. Or 12,000 damage every hour. So it looks like maybe 2 hours? And we'll get to phase 2? A little under 2 hours, maybe like an hour 40. So we got time to kill. I could read something. I don't think she's gonna actually pose any threat to us. I could read something out of the book. Some Lovecraft stuff. I could do other stuff. I don't know. What do you guys want to do? Other stuff? I don't know. Watching videos didn't seem to work very well. Lovecraft reading? I'm down to read more Lovecraft. What story do you guys want to hear? We got... Read the terms and conditions of Apple. Shiny hunting? I don't have a setup to, play Pokemon right now. You have an idea? What is it? There is The Tomb, Dagon, a reminiscence of Dr. Samuel Johnson, Polaris, Beyond the Wall of Sleep, Memory, Old Bugs, The Transition of Juan Romero, The White Ship, The Street, The Doom That Came to Sarnath, The Statement of Randolph Carter, The Terrible Old Man, The Cats of Ulthar, there's a video of 10 hours of random sounds like Vine Moon and so on? No. I mean, I've done shiny hunting in the past, not anytime recently, though. The Tree, Cellophase, The Picture in the House, The Temple, Facts Concerning the Late Arthur German and His Family, From Beyond, Nyarlathotep, The Quest of Iranon. Old Bug sounds interesting. Maybe. The Music of Eric Zahn, Ex-Oblivion, Sweet Ermengarde, The Nameless City, The Outsider, The Moon Bog, The Other Gods, Azathoth, Herbert West Reanimator, Hypnos, What the Moon Brings, The Hound, The Lurking Fear, The Rats in the Walls, The Unnameable, The Festival, Under the Pyramids, The Shunned House, The Horror at Red Hook, He, In the Vault, Cool Air, The Call of Cthulhu, Hickman's Model, The Strange High House in the Mist, The Silver Key, The Dream Quest of Unknown Kadath, The Case of Charles Dexter Ward, The Color Out of Space, The Descendant, The Very Old Folk, History of the Necronomicon, The Dunwich Horror, Ibid, The Whisper in Darkness, The Shadow over Innsmouth, The Dreams in the Witch House, Through the Gates of the Silver Key, The Thing on the Doorstep, The Evil Clergyman, The Book, The Shadow Out of Time, The Haunter in the Dark, and that's all of them. So what do you guys want to hear? The Street again, Old Bugs, Nameless City, The Festival. If we get 2 votes for any one story, we'll do that one. If not, then I'll just pick one of the ones that you guys said. Nameless City? Okay, that's 2 for Nameless City. So, yeah, we can do Nameless City. I'm gonna turn down this sound. Thing in the doorstep also sounds cool. I'm also gonna put on, you know, last time we did a Rainworld spooky soundtrack. Maybe we just find another spooky ambiance. What about Memory Crypt's ambiance? I feel like Memory Crypt's is pretty spooky. Maybe without creatures. Okay. How's the ambient noise level? Is that good in comparison to my voice? Should it be a bit louder? Should it be a bit quieter? Turn off the music too. It's okay? Okay. It's good? Okay. I'm also going to go ahead and... It's very quiet. Here, I'll turn it up a bit. How's that? I don't want it to be too loud, because, you know, you don't want to overpower my voice. Is that better? That's good? Okay. This time, we're actually doing good damage so far. Oh yeah, I told you, Plantera is going to be a piece of cake. Put this on here. And this time we're going to go right instead of, left. Alright, I'm going to keep an eye on things because a string of bad RNG, or if we forget to retake our potions, could be problematic. How do you even get the Lawnmower in Terraria? You buy it from the golfer. There's no other requirements, you just buy it. You don't need golf score or anything. Okay, let's find where the Nameless City is. It will not be very long at all before we get her to phase 2, though. The Nameless City is on page... where is it? The Nameless City... Page 165. Okay. How long is it? Not very. About 10 pages. Which is like a 10th of the length, or like a 9th of the length of, At the Mountains of Madness. The Nameless City. When I drew nigh the Nameless City, I knew it was accursed. I was traveling in a poached and terrible valley under the moon, and afar I saw it protruding uncannily above the sands as part of a corpse may protrude from an ill-made grave. Theo spoke from the age-worn stones of this hoary survivor of the deluge, this great-grandmother of the eldest pyramid, and a viewless aura repelled me and bade me retreat from antique and sinister secrets that no man should see, and no man else had ever dared to see. Remote in the desert of Araby lies the Nameless City, crumbling and inarticulate, its low walls nearly hidden by the sands of uncounted ages. It must have been thus before the first stones of Memphis were laid, and while the bricks of Babylon were yet unbaked. There is no legend so old as to give it a name or to recall that it was ever alive, but it is told of in whispers around campfires and muttered about by grandams in the tents of sheiks, so that all the tribes shun it without wholly knowing why. It was of this place that Abdul al-Hazred, the mad poet, dreamed on the night before he sang his unexplainable couplet. That is not dead which can eternal lie, and with strange eons even death may die. I should have known that the Arabs had good reason for shunning the nameless city, the city told of in strange tales but seen by no living man, yet I defied them and went into the untrodden waste with my camel. I alone have seen it, and that is why no other face bears such hideous lines of fear as mine. Why no other man shivers so horribly when the night wind rattles the windows. When I came upon it in the ghastly stillness of unending sleep, it looked at me, chilly from the rays of a cold moon amidst the desert heat. And as I returned its look, I forgot my triumph at finding it and stopped still with my camel to wait for the dawn. Is this set up in Mesopotamia? No, this is set in a desert in Arabia. It doesn't specify where or what desert in particular, but it's an Arabic desert. At this point, you feel like Junji Ito was particularly inspired by Lovecraft. At this point, what we just read indicated that this man, a traveler, disregarding the warnings of the native Arabs who fear the nameless city, was intent on finding it, and did find it. For hours I waited, till the east grew gray and the stars faded, and the gray turned to rosier light edged with gold. I heard a moaning and saw a storm of sand stirring amidst the antique stones, though the sky was clear and the vast reaches of the desert still. Then suddenly, above the desert's far rim, came the blazing edge of the sun, seen through the tiny sandstorm which was passing away, and in my fevered state I fancied that from some remote depth there came a crash of musical metal to hail the fiery disk as Memnon Halls hail it from the banks of the Nile. My ears rang and my imagination seethed as I led my camel slowly across the sand to that unvocal stone place, that place too old for Egypt and Meroe to remember, that place from which I alone of living men have seen. How's my microphone audio, by the way? I'm not peaking it or anything, right? Because I'm getting kind of close to it. I can tone it down a bit if it's a bit too loud. It's good? Okay. In and out amongst the shapeless foundations of houses and palaces I wandered, finding never a carving or inscription to tell of those men, if men they were, who built the city and dwelt therein so long ago. The antiquity of the spot was unwholesome, and I longed to encounter some sign or device to prove that the city was indeed fashioned by mankind. There were certain proportions and dimensions in the ruins which I did not like. I had with me many tools and dug much within the walls of the obliterated edifices, but progress was slow and nothing significant was revealed. When night and the moon returned, I felt a chill wind which brought new fear, so that I did not dare to remain in the city. And as I went outside the antique walls to sleep, a small, sighing sandstorm gathered behind me, blowing over the gray stones though the moon was bright and most of the desert still. I awaked just at dawn from a pageant of horrible dreams, my ears ringing as from some metallic peal. I saw the sun peering redly through the last gusts of a little sandstorm that hovered over the nameless city and marked the quietness of the rest of the landscape. Once more I ventured within those brooding ruins of the rest of the landscape. Once more I ventured within those brooding ruins that swelled beneath the sand like an ogre over a coverlet, and again dug vainly for relics of the forgotten race. At noon I rested, and in the afternoon I spent much time tracing the walls and the bygone streets, and the outlines of the nearly vanished buildings. I saw that the city had been mighty indeed, and wondered at the source of its greatness. To myself I pictured all the splendors of an age so distant that Chaldea could not recall it, and thought of Sarnath the Doomed, that stood in the land of Emnar when mankind was young, and of Ib, that was carven of grey stone before mankind existed. All at once I came upon a place where the bedrock rose stark through the sand and formed a low cliff, and here I saw with joy what seemed to promise further traces of the antediluvian people. Hewn rudely on the face of the cliff were the unmistakable facades of several small, squat rock houses or temples, whose interiors might preserve many secrets of ages too remote for calculation, though sandstorms had long since effaced any carvings which may have been outside. Hey, Molly. We're currently reading The Nameless City. Very low and sand-choked were all of the dark apertures near me, but I cleared one with my spade and crawled through it, carrying a torch to reveal whatever mysteries it might hold. When I was inside, I saw that the cavern was indeed a temple, and beheld plain signs of the race that had lived and worshipped before the desert was a desert. Primitive altars, pillars, and niches, all curiously low, were not absent, and though I saw no sculptures nor frescoes, there were many singular stones clearly shaped into symbols by artificial means. The lowness of the chiseled chamber was very strange, for I could hardly more than kneel upright, but the area was so great that my torch shewed only part at a time. I shuddered oddly in some of the far corners, for certain altars and stones suggested forgotten rites of terrible, revolting, and inexplicable nature, and made me wonder what manner of men could have made and frequented such a temple. When I had seen all the place contained, I crawled out again, avid to find what the other temples might yield. Night had now approached, yet the tangible things I had seen made curiosity stronger than fear, so that I did not flee from the long moon-cast shadows that had daunted me when I first saw the nameless city. In the twilight, I cleared another aperture, and with a new torch crawled into it, finding more vague stones and symbols, though nothing more definite than the other temple had contained. The room was just as low, but much less broad, ending in a very narrow passage crowded with obscure and cryptical shrines. About these shrines I was prying when the noise of a wind and of my camel outside broke through the stillness and drew me forth to see what could have frightened the beast. The moon was gleaming vividly over the primeval ruins, lighting a dense cloud of sand that seemed blown by a strong but decreasing wind from some point along the cliff ahead of me. I knew it was this chilly, sandy wind which had disturbed the camel, and was about to lead him to a place of better shelter when I chanced to glean I knew it was this chilly, sandy wind which had disturbed the camel, and was about to lead him to a place of better shelter when I chanced to glance up and saw that there was no wind atop the cliff. This astonished me and made me fearful again, but I immediately recalled the sudden local winds I had seen and heard before at sunrise and sunset, and judged it was a normal thing. I decided that it came from some rock fissure leading to a cave, and watched the troubled sand to trace it to its source, soon perceiving that it came from the black orifice of a temple a long distance south of me, almost out of sight. Against the choking sand cloud, I plodded toward this temple, which as I neared it loomed larger than the rest, and shewed a doorway far less clogged with caked sand. I would have entered had not the terrific force of the icy wind almost quenched my torch. It poured madly out of the dark door, sighing uncannily as it ruffled the sand and spread about the weird ruins. Soon it grew fainter, and the sand grew more and more still, till finally all was at rest again. But a presence seemed stalking among the spectral stones of the city, and when I glanced at the moon, it seemed to quiver, as though mirrored in unquiet waters. I was more afraid than I could explain, but not enough to dull my thirst for wonder. So as soon as the wind was quite gone, I crossed into the dark chamber from which it had come. The temple, as I had fancied from the outside, was larger than either of those I had visited before, and was presumably a natural cavern, since it bore winds from some region beyond. Here I could stand quite upright, but saw that the stones and altars were as low as those in the other temples. On the walls and roof I beheld for the first time some traces of the pictorial art of the ancient race, curious curling streaks of paint that had almost faded or crumbled away, and on two of the altars I saw with rising excitement a maze of well-fashioned curvilinear carvings. As I held my torch aloft, it seemed to me that the shape of the roof was too regular to be natural, and I wondered what the prehistoric cutters of stone had first worked upon. Their engineering skill must have been vast. Hey, Alexandros. What the actual sexy heck? Sexy? Thank you. Then, a brighter flare of the fantastic flame shewed me that for which I had been seeking, the opening to those remoter abysses whence the sudden wind had blown, and I grew faint when I saw that it was a small and plainly artificial door, chiseled in the solid rock. I thrust my torch within, beholding a black tunnel with the roof arching low over a rough flight of very small, numerous, and steeply descending steps. I shall always see those steps in my dreams, for I came to learn what they meant. At the time, I hardly knew whether to call them steps or mere footholds from a precipitous descent. My mind was whirling with mad thoughts, and the words and warnings of the Arab prophets seemed to float across the desert from the lands that men know to the nameless city that men dare not know. Yet I hesitated only a moment before advancing through the portal and commencing to climb cautiously down the steep passage, feet first, as though on a ladder. You know, this is much easier to read than at the Mountains of Madness. There is much less technical jargon in the nameless city. It is only in the terrible phantasms of drugs or delirium that any other man can have had such a descent as mine. The narrow passage led infinitely down like some hideous haunted well, and the torch I held above my head could not light the unknown depths towards which I was crawling. I lost track of the hours and forgot to consult my watch, though I was frightened when I thought of the distance I must be traversing. There were changes of direction and of steepness, and once I came to a long, low, level passage where I had to wriggle feet first along the rocky floor, holding my torch at arm's length beyond my head. The place was not high enough for kneeling. After that, there were more steep steps, and I was scrambling down interminably. Interminably? I'm not sure what that word means. Interminably? I'm not familiar with that term. After that, there were more of the steep steps, and I was scrambling down interminably when my failing torch died out. I do not think I noticed it at the time, for when I did notice, I was still holding it high above me, as if it were ablaze. I was quite unbalanced with that instinct for the strange and the unknown which has made me a wanderer upon earth and a haunter of far, ancient, and forbidden places. No, I'm reading The Nameless City. I'm gonna take a drink of water real quick. We may be able to read 2 stories before Phase 2. We'll see. Phase 2, we're not going to be able to AFK, so we will have to actually play the game then. In the darkness, there flashed before my mind fragments of my cherished treasury of demonic lore. Sentences from Alhazred the Mad Arab, paragraphs from the apocryphal nightmares of Damascus, and infamous lines from the delirious Image du Monde of Gauthier de Metz. I repeated queer extracts and muttered of Afrasiab and the demons that floated with him down the Oxus, later chanting over and over again a phrase from one of Lord Dunsany's tales, the unreverberate blackness of the abyss. Once, when the descent grew amazingly steep, I recited something in sing-song from Thomas More until I feared to recite more. Sing-song? Oh god. You don't know like 80% of these words. So this guy is venturing into a city that existed from a time before man within an Arabic desert. And the things within are striking fear within his heart. A reservoir of... So this is supposed to be in sing-song, which I'm not even sure how to inflect on this in a sing-song. Like, where... I'm going to read it first, and then we'll see about sing-songing it. A reservoir of darkness black, as witches' cauldrons are when filled, with moon drugs and the eclipse distilled, leaning to look if foot might pass. Down through that chasm I saw beneath, as far as vision could explore, the jetty sides as smooth as glass, looking as if just vanished door. With that dark pitch the sea of death throws out upon its slimy shore. It's just way too descriptive. Do you want me to slow down? I think it's going too fast. I can read slower. How good is my singing? I don't know, because like once I start, I'm not gonna stop. And it's gonna be weird because I don't know if I'm going to get the right tempo for this. And I also don't know what tune to do it to. A reservoir of darkness black, as witches' cauldrons are when filled, with moon drugs in the eclipse distilled, leaning to look if foot might pass. Down through that chasm I saw... I don't know how the fuck you say down through that chasm I saw beneath in a sing-song voice. I don't fucking get it. As far as vision could explore, the jetty sides as smooth as glass. Looking... I don't fucking know. I can't do this, man. This isn't gonna work. No. Like, no. I don't know the tempo to do it to, and I cannot get a feel for it. Maybe do karaoke next? There's a difference between karaoke and trying to come up with a tune and inflection for something that, like, doesn't even flow very well. Time had quite ceased to exist. Time had quite ceased to exist when my feet again felt a level floor, and I found myself in a place slightly higher than the rooms and the two smaller temples now so incalculably far above my head. I could not quite stand, but could kneel upright, and in the dark I shuffled and crept hither and thither at random. I soon knew that I was in a narrow passage whose walls were lined with cases of woods having glass fronts. As in that Paleozoic and abysmal place I felt of such things as polished wood and glass, I shuddered at the possible implications. The cases were apparently ranged along each side of the passage at regular intervals, and were oblong and horizontal, hideously like coffins in shape and size. When I tried to move 2 or 3 for further examination, I found they were firmly fastened. I saw that the passage was a long one, so floundered ahead rapidly in a creeping run that would have seemed horrible had any eye watched me in the blackness. This in the Pharaoh thing? This is the Nameless City, Kanatar. Or it's the Nameless City, not in the Nameless City. Man is so used to thinking visually that I almost forgot the darkness and pictured the endless corridor of wood and glass in its low-studded monotony as though I saw it. And then, in a moment of indescribable emotion, I did see it. Just when my fancy merged into real sight, I cannot tell, but there came a gradual glow ahead. And all at once I knew that I saw the dim outlines of the corridor and the cases, revealed by some unknown subterranean phosphorescence. For a little while all was exactly as I had imagined it, since the glow was very faint, but as I mechanically kept on stumbling ahead into the stronger light, I realized that my fancy had been but feeble. The hall was no relic of crudity like the temples in the city above, but a monument of the most magnificent and exotic art. Rich, vivid, and daringly fantastic designs and pictures formed a continuous scheme of mural painting whose lines and colors were beyond description. The cases were of a strange golden wood, with fronts of exquisite glass, and contained the mummified forms of creatures outreaching in grotesqueness the most chaotic dreams of man. To convey any idea of the monstrosities is impossible. They were of the reptile kind, with body lines suggesting sometimes the crocodile, sometimes the seal, but often nothing of which either the naturalist or the paleontologist had ever heard. In size they approximated a small man, and their forelegs bore delicate and evidently flexible feet curiously like human hands and fingers. But strangest of all were their heads, which presented a contour violating all known biological principles. To nothing can such be well compared. In one flash I thought of comparisons as varied as the cat, the bulldog, the mythic satyr, and the human being. Not Jove himself had so colossal and protuberant a forehead, yet the horns and the noselessness and the alligator-like jaw placed the things outside all established categories. I debated for a time on the reality of the mummies, half suspecting they were artificial idols, but soon decided they were indeed some Paleogean species which had lived when the Nameless City was alive. To crown their grotesqueness, most of them were gorgeously enrobed in the costliest of fabrics, and lavishly laden with ornaments of gold, jewels, and unknown shining metals. The importance of these crawling creatures must have been vast, for they held first among the wild designs on the frescoed walls and ceilings. With matchless skill had the artists drawn them in a world of their own, wherein they had cities and gardens fashioned to suit their dimensions, and I could not but think that their pictured history was allegorical, perhaps shewing the progress of the race that worshipped them. These creatures, I said to myself, were to the men of the tribeless city what the she-wolf was to Rome, or some totem beast to a tribe of Indians. Holding this view, I thought I could trace roughly a wonderful epic of the Nameless City, the tale of a mighty seacoast metropolis that ruled the world before Africa rose out of the waves, and of its struggles as the sea shrank away, and the desert crept into the fertile valley that held it.
I saw its wars and triumphs, its troubles and defeats, and afterward its terrible fight against the desert when thousands of its people, here represented in allegory by the grotesque reptiles, were driven to chisel their way down through the rock were driven to chisel their way down through the rocks in some marvelous manner to another world whereof their prophets had told them. It was all vividly weird and realistic, and its connection with the awesome descent I had made was unmistakable. I even recognized the passages. As I crept along the corridor toward the brighter light, I saw later stages of the painted epic. The leave-taking of the race that had dwelt in the nameless city and the valley around for 10 million years. The race whose souls shrank from quitting scenes their bodies had known so long, where they had settled as nomads in the earth's youth, hewing in the virgin rock the primal shrines at which they had never ceased to worship. This is definitely Mesopotamia. Well, I imagine the desert would have overtaken this city before man came to know it. And Mesopotamia wouldn't have been a fertile valley at the time that the city would have been abandoned. I think this would be a similar situation, but predating it. Like, this is before Africa moved according to continental drift. This is very ancient. This is not in human history. As I crept along the corridor toward the brighter light, I saw later stages of the painted epic. The leave-taking of the race that had dwelt in the nameless city in the valley around for 10 million years, the race whose souls shrank from the quitting scenes their bodies had known so long, where they had settled as nomads in the earth's youth, hewing in the virgin rock those primal shrines at which they'd never ceased to worship. Now that the light was better, I studied the pictures more closely, and, remembering that the strange reptiles must represent the unknown men, pondered upon the customs of the nameless city. Many things were peculiar and inexplicable. The civilization, which included a written alphabet, had seemingly risen to a higher order than those immeasurably later civilizations of Egypt and Chaldea, yet there were curious omissions. I could, for example, find no pictures to represent deaths or funeral customs, save such as were related to wars, violence, and plagues, and I wondered at the reticence shown concerning natural death. It was as though an ideal of earthly immortality had been fostered as a cheering illusion. Hey, peaceful dragon. Still nearer the end of the passage were painted scenes of the utmost picturesqueness and extravagance, contrasted views of the nameless city in its desertion and growing ruin, and of the strange new realm or paradise to which the race had hewed its way through the stone. So to give a story recap of what's been going on so far, this man, a traveler of strange, remote, and occult places, ventured into the fabled nameless city, spoken of by many who live within the Arabic desert. It's known to them as a place to be feared and shunned, never seen by mortal eyes. And upon finding it, he found that there indeed did lie an ancient city, one predating the civilizations of man already known. Most of the surface was effaced by sandstorms and sand, withered down to the point of being unrecognizable, but as he ventured down into a depth from which wind was emanating, he found existing artwork and murals and frescoes and depictions from the ancient race, and found that it seemed they depicted themselves as strange, monstrous entities, of which he struggled to describe. It seemed to be shorter in size, not nearly the particularly low to the ground, as when exploring the paths made by this city, he was required to kneel down, and in some cases even crawl, with feet first, in order to follow in their wake. He described them as evoking mental thoughts of the crocodile, the seal, with 4 legs, with delicate and flexible feet, with curiously human-like hands and fingers. Their jaw was alligator-like. They bore no nose, yet they held horns. Their facial features were some strange amalgamation of the cat, the bulldog, a satyr, and a human being. Both feline, canine, mythical, and human. And many features he struggled to describe at all, drawing upon modern comparisons. Still nearer the end of the passage were painted scenes of the utmost picturesqueness and extravagance, contrasted views of the nameless city and its desertion and growing ruin, and of the strange new realm or paradise to which the race had hewed its way through the stone. In these views, the city and the desert valley were shewn always by moonlight, a golden nimbus hovering over the fallen walls and half revealing the splendid perfection of former times, shewn spectrally and elusively by the artist. The paradisal scenes were almost too extravagant to be believed, portraying a hidden world of eternal day filled with glorious cities and ethereal hills and valleys. At the very last, I saw signs of an artistic anticlimax. The paintings were less skillful and much more bizarre than even the wildest of the earlier scenes. They seemed to record a slow decadence of the ancient stock, coupled with a growing ferocity toward the outside world from which it was driven by the desert. The forms of the people, always represented by the sacred reptiles, appeared to be gradually wasting away, though their spirit as shewn hovering about the ruins by moonlight gained in proportion. Emaciated priests, displayed as reptiles in ornate robes, cursed the upper air and all who breathed it, and one terrible final scene shewed a primitive-looking man, perhaps a pioneer of ancient Aram, the city of pillars, torn to pieces by members of the elder race. I remembered how the Arabs fear the nameless city, and was glad that beyond this place the grey walls and ceilings were bare. As I viewed the pageant of mural history, I had approached very closely the end of the low-ceiled hall, and was aware of a great gate through which came all the illuminating phosphorescence. Creeping up to it, I cried aloud in transcendent amazement at what lay beyond, for instead of other and brighter chambers there was only an illimitable void of uniform radiance, such as one might fancy when gazing down from the peak of Mount Everest upon a sea of sunlit mist. Behind me was a passage so cramped that I could not stand upright in it. Before me was an infinity of subterranean effulgence. Reaching down the passage into the abyss was the head of a steep flight of steps. Small, numerous steps like those of the black passages I had traversed. But after a few feet, the glowing vapors concealed everything. Swung back open against the left-hand wall of the passage was a massive door of brass, incredibly thick and decorated with fantastic bas-reliefs, which could, if closed, shut the whole inner world of light away from the vaults and passages of rock. I looked at the steps, and for the nonce dared not try them. I touched the open brass door and could not move it. Then I sank prone to the stone floor, my mind aflame with prodigious reflections which not even a death-like exhaustion could banish. As I lay still with closed eyes, free to ponder, many things I had lightly noticed in the frescoes came back to me with new and terrible significance. Scenes represented the nameless city in its heyday, the vegetation of the valley around it, and the distant lands from which its merchants traded. The allegory of the crawling creatures puzzled me by its universal prominence, and I wondered that it should be so closely followed in its pictured history of such importance. In the frescoes, the nameless city had been shewn in proportions fitted to the reptiles. I wondered what its real proportions and magnificence had been, and reflected a moment on certain oddities I had noticed in the ruins. I thought curiously of the lowness of the primal temples and of the underground corridor, which were doubtless hewn thus out of deference to the reptile deities there honored, though it perforce reduced the worshippers to crawling. Perhaps the very rites had involved a crawling in imitation of the creatures. Perhaps no religious theory, however, could easily explain why the level passage in that awesome descent should be as low as the temples, or lower, since one could not even kneel in it. As I thought of the crawling creatures, whose hideous mummified forms were so close to me, I felt a new throb of fear. Mental associations are curious, and I shrank from the idea that except for the poor primitive man torn to Mental associations are curious, and I shrank from the idea that except for the poor primitive man torn to pieces in the last painting, mine was the only human form amidst the many relics and symbols of primordial life. But as always in my strange and roving existence, wonder soon drove out fear, for the luminous abyss and what it might contain presented a problem worthy of the greatest explorer. That a weird world of mystery lay far down that flight of peculiarly small steps I could not doubt, and I hoped to find there those human memorials which the painted corridor had failed to give. The frescoes had pictured unbelievable cities, hills, and valleys in this lower realm, and my fancy dwelt on the rich and colossal ruins that awaited me. How did I come up with this idea? I just kind of came up with it. I don't know. A lawnmower's a weapon. I put out a poll, this one. My fears indeed concerned the past rather than the future. Not even the physical horror of my position in that cramped corridor of dead reptiles and antediluvian frescoes, miles below the world I knew and faced by another world of eerie light and mist, could match the lethal dread I felt at the abysmal antiquity of the scene in its soul. An ancientness so vast that measurement is feeble seemed to leer down from the primal stones and rock-hewn temples in the nameless city, while the very latest of the astounding maps in the frescoes shewed oceans and continents that man has forgotten, with only here and there some vaguely familiar outline. Of what could have happened in the geological eon since the painting ceased and the death-hating race presently succumbed to decay, no man might say. Life had once teemed in these caverns and in the luminous realm beyond. Now I was alone with vivid relics, and I trembled to think the countless ages through which these relics had kept a silent and deserted vigil. Suddenly, there came another burst of that acute fear which had intermittently seized me, ever since I first saw the terrible valley and the nameless city under a cold moon, and despite my exhaustion, I found myself starting frantically to a sitting posture and gazing back along the black corridor toward those tunnels that rose to the outer world. My sensations were much like those which had made me shun the nameless city at night, and were as inexplicable as they were poignant. In another moment, however, I received a still greater shock in the form of a definite sound, the first which had broken the utter silence of these tomb-like depths. It was a deep, low moaning, as of a distant throng of condemned spirits, and came from the direction in which I was staring. Its volume rapidly grew, till soon it reverberated frightfully through the low passage, and at the same time I became conscious of an increasing draft of cold air. Let me just restart that sentence. Its volume rapidly grew, till soon it reverberated frightfully through the low passage, and at the same time I became conscious of an increasing draft of cold air, likewise flowing from the tunnels and the city above. The touch of this air seemed to restore my balance, for I instantly recalled the sudden gusts which had risen around the mouth of the abyss each sunset and sunrise, one of which had indeed served to reveal the hidden tunnels to me. I looked at my watch and saw that sunrise was near, so braced myself to resist the gale which was sweeping down to its cavern homes as it had swept forth at evening. My fear again waned low, since a natural phenomenon tends to dispel broodings over the unknown. More and more madly poured the shrieking, moaning night wind into that gulf of inner earth. I dropped prone again and clutched vainly at the floor for fear of being swept bodily through the open gate into the phosphorescent abyss. Such fury I had not expected, and as I grew aware of an actual slipping of form toward the abyss, I was beset by 1,000 new terrors of apprehension and imagination. The malignancy of the blast awakened incredible fancies. Once more I compared myself shudderingly to the only other human image in that frightful corridor, the man who was torn to pieces by the nameless race, for in the fiendish clawing of the swirling currents there seemed to abide a vindictive rage of all the stronger because it was largely impotent. I think I screamed frantically near the last. I was almost mad. But if I did so, my cries were lost in the hell-born babble of the howling wind wraiths. I tried to crawl against the murderous invisible torrent, but I could not even hold my own as I was pushed slowly and inexorably toward the unknown world. Finally, reason must have wholly snapped, for I fell to babbling over and over that unexplainable couplet of that mad Arab Alhalfred, who dreamed of the nameless city. That is not dead which can eternal lie, and with strange eons even death may die. Over the grim, brooding desert gods, only the grim, brooding desert gods know what really took place, what indescribable struggles and scrambles in the dark I endured, or what Abaddon guided me back to life. For I must always remember and shiver in the night wind till oblivion, or worse, claims me. Monstrous, unnatural, colossal was the thing, too far beyond all the ideas of man to be believed except in the silent, damnable small hours when one cannot sleep. I have said that the fury of the rushing blast was infernal, cacodemonical, and that its voices were hideous with the pent-up viciousness of desolate eternities. Presently, these voices, while still chaotic before me, seemed to my beating brain to take articulate form behind me, and down in the grave of unnumbered eon-dead antiquities, leagues below the dawn-lit world of men, I heard the ghastly cursing and snarling of strange-tongued fiends. Turning, I saw outlined against the luminous aether of the abyss what could not be seen against the dusk of the corridor, a nightmare horde of rushing devils, hate-distorted, grotesquely panoplied, half-transparent, devils of a race no man might mistake, the crawling reptiles of the nameless city. And as the wind died away, I was plunged into the ghoul-peopled blackness of Earth's bowels, for behind the last of the creatures the great brazen door clanged shut with a deafening peal of metallic music whose reverberations swelled out to the distant world. To hail the rising son of Memnon... I gotta just reread this whole, 2 paragraphs. It's validating to hear a native English speaker struggle with his prose. It's rough. I have said that the fury of the rushing blast was infernal, cacodemonical, and that its voices were hideous with the pent-up viciousness of desolate eternities. Presently, these voices, while still chaotic before me, seemed to my beating brain to take articulate form behind me, and down there in the grave of unnumbered eon-dead antiquities, leagues below the dawn-lit world of men, I heard the ghastly cursing and snarling of strange-tongued fiends. Turning, I saw outlined against the luminous aether of the abyss what could not be seen against the dusk of the corridor, a nightmare horde of rushing devils, hate-distorted, grotesquely panoplied, half-transparent, devils of a race no man might mistake, the crawling reptiles of the nameless city. And as the wind died away, I was plunged into the ghoul-peopled blackness of Earth's bowels, for behind me the last of the creatures the great brazen door clanged shut with a deafening peal of metallic music whose reverberations swelled out to the distant world to hail the rising sun as Memnon hails it from the banks of the Nile. That's the end of the story. Okay, speed one, find a short one. I'm gonna see the things that people said and see which one was shorter. We could probably get through a 2 or 3 page story. Ratchet in the Wall is too long. Just find a short one. Nyarlathotep is pretty short. It's only 3 pages. I think we can get through Nyarlathotep. Yeah, I think we get through Nyarlathotep. What page is Nyarlathotep on? Nyarlathotep, 138. Speed run. Let's go. Would it be faster to teleport back and forth than to stand still? Why would it be faster? It only hits 5 times a second. Nyarlathotep. The crawling chaos. I am the last. I will tell the audient void. I do not recall distinctly when it began, but it was months ago. The general tension was horrible. To a season of political and social upheaval was added a strange and brooding apprehension of hideous physical danger. A danger widespread and all-embracing, such a danger as may be imagined only in the most terrible phantasms of the night. I recall that the people went about with pale and worried faces, and whispered warnings and prophecies which no one dared consciously repeat or acknowledge to himself that he had heard. A sense of monstrous guilt was upon the land, and out of the abysses between the stars swept chill currents that made men shiver in dark and lonely places. There was a demonic alteration in the sequence of the seasons. The autumn heat lingered fearsomely, and everyone felt that the world and perhaps the universe had passed from the control of known gods or forces to that of gods or forces which were unknown. And it was then that Nyarlathotep came out of Egypt. Who he was, none could tell, but he was of the old native blood and looked like a pharaoh. The fellahin knelt when they saw him, yet could not say why. He said he had risen up out of the blackness of 27 centuries, and that he had heard messages from places not of this planet. Into the lands of civilization came Nyarlathotep, swarthy, slender, and sinister, always buying strange instruments of glass and metal and combining them into instruments yet stranger. He spoke much of the sciences, of electricity and psychology, and gave exhibitions of power which sent his spectators away speechless, yet which swelled his fame to exceeding magnitude. Men advised one another to see Nyarlathotep, and shuddered, and where Nyarlathotep went, rest vanished, for the small hours were rent with the screams of nightmares. Never before had the screams of nightmares been such a public problem. Now the wise men almost wished they could forbid sleep in the small hours, that the shrieks of cities might less horribly disturb the pale, pitying moon as it glimmered on green waters gliding under bridges, and old steeples crumbling under a sickly sky. I remember when Nyarlathotep came to my city, the great, the old, the terrible city of unnumbered crimes. My friend had told me of him, and of the impelling fascination and allurement of his revelations, and I burned with eagerness to explore his uttermost mysteries. My friend said they were horrible. My friend said they were horrible and impressive beyond my most fevered imaginings. That what was thrown on a screen in the darkened room prophesied things none. My friend said they were horrible and impressive beyond my most fevered imaginings. That what was thrown on a screen in the darkened room prophesied things none but Nyarlathotep dared prophesy. And that, in the sputter of his spokes, there was taken from men that which had never been taken before, yet which shewed only in the eyes. And I heard it hinted abroad that those who knew Nyarlathotep looked on sights which others saw not. It was in the hot autumn that I went through the night with the restless crowds to see Nyarlathotep, through the stifling night and up the endless stairs into the choking room. And shadowed on a screen I saw hooded forms amidst ruins, and yellow, evil faces peering from behind fallen monuments. And I saw the world battling against blackness, against the waves of destruction from ultimate space, whirling, churning, struggling around the dimming, cooling sun. Then the spokes played amazingly around the heads of the spectators, and hair stood up on end whilst shadows more grotesque than I can tell came out and squatted on the heads. And when I, who was colder and more scientific than the rest, mumbled a trembling protest about imposture and static electricity, Nyarlathotep drave us all out, down the dizzy stairs into the damp, hot, deserted midnight streets. I screamed aloud that I was not afraid, that I could never be afraid, and others screamed with me for solace. We swore to one another that the city was exactly the same and still alive, and when the electric lights began to fade, we cursed the company over and over again, and laughed at the queer faces we made. This is Nyarlathotep, Sharptails. I believe we felt something coming down from the greenish moon, for when we began to depend on its light, we drifted into curious, involuntary formations and seemed to know our destinations, though we dared not think of them. Once we looked at the pavement and found the blocks loose and displaced by grass, with scarce a line of rusted metal to shew where the tramways had run. And again we saw a tramcar, lone, windowless, dilapidated, and almost on its side. When we gazed around the horizon, we could not find the third tower by the river, and noticed that the silhouette of the second tower was ragged at the top. Then we split up into narrow columns, each of which seemed drawn in a different direction. One disappeared in a narrow alley to the left, leaving only the echo of a shocking moan. Another filled down a weed-choked subway entrance, howling with a laughter that was mad. My own column was sucked toward the open country, and presently felt a chill which was not of the hot autumn, for as we stalked out on the dark moor, we beheld around us the hellish moon glitter of evil snows. Trackless, inexplicable snows swept asunder in one direction only, where lay a gulf all the blacker for its glittering walls. The column seemed very thin indeed as it plodded dreamily into the gulf. I lingered behind, for the black rift in the green-lit snow was frightful, and I thought I had heard the reverberations of a disquieting wail as my companions vanished, but my power to linger was slight. As if beckoned by those who had gone before, I half floated between the titanic snowdrifts, quivering and afraid, into the sightless vortex of the unimaginable. Screamingly sentient, dumbly delirious, only the gods that were can tell. A sickened, sensitive shadow writhing in hands that are not hands, and whirled blindly past ghastly midnights of rotting creation, corpses of dead worlds with sores that were cities, chonal winds that brush the pallid stars and make them flicker low. Beyond the world's vague ghosts of monstrous things, half-seen columns of unsanctified temples that rest on nameless rocks beneath space and reach up to dizzy vacua above the spheres of light and darkness. And though this revolting graveyard of the universe And through this revolting graveyard of the universe, the muffled, maddening beating of drums and thin, monotonous whine of blasphemous flutes from inconceivable, unlighted chambers beyond time, the detestable pounding and piping whereunto dance slowly, awkwardly, and absurdly the gigantic, tenebrous, ultimate gods, the blind, voiceless, mindless gargoyles whose soul is Nyarlathotep. We could do another 3-page. I think. I'm gonna go through 3-page ones. Shout out which ones you guys want to hear. Like, ones that are only a couple pages. I'm gonna look for the shortest ones. Memory is like a page long. We're gonna read... Memory is like literally 1 page. Let's read Memory. That's your only option right now. It's literally 1 page. Anything from the Dream World cycle? I don't think so. Memory. In the feeble valley of Nis, the accursed waning moon shines thinly, tearing a path for its light with feeble horns through the lethal foliage of the great upas tree. And within the depths of the valley, where the light reaches out, move forms not meant to be beheld. Rank is the herbage on each slope, where evil vines and creeping plants crawl amidst the stones of ruined places, twining tightly about broken columns and strange monoliths, and heaving up marble pavements laid by forgotten hands. And in trees that grow gigantic and crumbling courtyards leap little apes, while in and out of deep treasure vaults writhe poisoned serpents and scaly things without a name. Vast are the stones which sleep beneath coverlets of dank moss, and mighty were the walls from which they fell. For all time did their builders erect them, and in sooth they yet... Vast are the stones which sleep beneath coverlets of dank moss, and mighty were the walls from which they fell. For all time did their builders erect them, and in sooth they yet serve nobly, for beneath them the grey toad makes his habitation. At the very bottom of the valley lies the river Than, whose waters are slimy and filled with weeds. From hidden springs it rises, and to subterranean grottos it flows, so that the demon of the valley knows not why its waters are red, nor whither they are bound. The genie that haunts the moonbeams spake to the demon of the valley, saying, I am old, and forget much. Tell me the deeds and aspect and name of them, who built these things of stone. And the demon replied, I am Memory, and am wise in the lore of the past, but I too am old. These beings were like the waters of the river Than, not to be understood. Their deeds I recall not, for they were but of the moment. Their aspect I recall dimly, for it was like to that of the little apes in the trees. Their name I recall clearly, for it rhymed with that of the river. These beings of yesterday were called man. So the genie flew back to the thin, horned moon, and the demon looked intently at the little ape in a tree that grew in a crumbling courtyard. Okay, that was Memory. Okay, we got another one. The Terrible Old Man is 3 pages. Azathoth is 2 pages. Terrible Old Man, Azathoth, What the Moon Brings. History of the Necronomicon is 4 pages. We might be able to squeeze it in. We have to go through quickly. Through the Gates of the Silver Key. No, that's too long. The book is 3 pages. Okay, your options are the ones that I said. You love the Old Man one? We can do the Old Man one. Which one was that called? Is it The Very Old Folk? Or was it? No, The Terrible Old Man. The Terrible Old Man, page 87. Okay. Page 87. Okay, this will be the last one for the day, I think. The Terrible Old Man. It was the design of Angelo Ricci and Joe Sanek and Manuel Silva to call on the Terrible Old Man. This old man dwells all alone in a very ancient house on Water Street, near the sea. and is reputed to be both exceedingly rich and exceedingly feeble, which forms a situation very attractive to men of the profession of Messrs. Ritchie, Zanuck, and Silver, for that profession was nothing less dignified than robbery. The inhabitants of Kingsport say and think many things about the terrible old man, which generally keep him safe from the attention of gentlemen like Mr. Ritchie and his colleagues. Despite the almost certain fact that he hides a fortune of indefinite magnitude somewhere about his musty and venerable abode. He is, in truth, a very strange person, believed to have been a captain of East India clipper ships in his days, so old that no one can remember when he was young, and so taciturn that few know his real name. Among the gnarled trees in the front yard of his aged and neglected place he maintains a strange collection of large stones, oddly grouped and painted so that they resemble the idols of some obscure Eastern temple. Hold on. I forgot to retake my buffs. Obscure Eastern temple. This collection frightens away most of the small boys who love to taunt the terrible old man about his long white hair and beard, or to break the small paned windows of his dwellings with wicked missiles. But there are other things which frighten the older and more curious folk, who sometimes steal up to the house to peer in through the dusty panes. These folks say that on each table in a bare room on the ground floor are many peculiar bottles, in each a small piece of lead suspended pendulum-wise from a string. And they say that the terrible old man talks to these bottles, addressing them by such names as Jack, Scarface, Long Tom, Spanish Joe, Peters, and Mate Ellis. And that whenever he speaks to a bottle, the little lead pendulum within makes certain definite vibrations as if in answer. Those who have watched the tall, lean, terrible old man in these peculiar conversations do not watch him again. But Angela Ritchie and Joe Zanuck and Manuel Silva were not of Kingsport blood. They were of that new and heterogeneous alien stock which lies outside the charmed circle of New England life and traditions, and they saw in the terrible old man merely a tottering, almost helpless graybeard, who could not walk without the aid of his knotted cane, and whose thin, weak hand shook pitifully. They were really quite sorry in their way for the lonely, unpopular old fellow, whom everybody shunned, and at whom all the dogs barked singularly. But business is business, and to a robber whose soul is in his profession, there is a lure and a challenge about a very old and very feeble old man who has no account at the bank, and who pays for his few necessities at the village store with Spanish gold and silver minted 2 centuries ago. Messrs. Ritchie, Zanuck, and Silver selected the night of April 11th for their call. Mr. Ritchie and Mr. Silver were to interview the poor old gentleman, whilst Mr. Zanuck waited for them in their presumable metallic burden with a covered motor car in Ship Street, by the gate in the tall rear wall of the host's grounds. Desire to avoid needless explanations in case of unexpected police intrusions prompted these plans for a quiet and unostentatious departure. As prearranged, the 3 adventurers started out separately in order to prevent any evil-minded suspicions afterward. Messrs. Ritchie and Silva met in Water Street by the old man's front gate, and although they did not like the way the moon shone down upon the painted stones through the building branches of the gnarled trees, they had more important things to think about than mere idle superstition. They feared it might be unpleasant work making the terrible old man loquacious concerning his hoarded gold and silver, for aged sea captains are notably stubborn and perverse. Still, he was very old and very feeble, and there were 2 visitors. Messrs. Ritchie and Silva were experienced in the art of making unwilling persons voluble, and the screams of a weak and exceptionally venerable man can be easily muffled. So they moved up to the one lighted window and heard the terrible old man talking childishly to his bottles with pendulums. Then they donned masks and knocked politely at the weather-stained oaken door. Waiting seemed very long to Mr. Zanuck, as he fidgeted restlessly in the covered motor car by the terrible old man's back gate in Ship Street. He was more than ordinarily tender-hearted, and he did not like the hideous screams he had heard in the ancient house just after the hour appointed for the deed. Had he not told his colleagues to be as gentle as possible with the pathetic old sea captain? Very nervously, he watched that narrow oaken gate in the high and ivy-clad stone wall. Frequently, he consulted his watch and wondered at the delay. Had the old man died before revealing where his treasures were hidden? And had a thorough search of his place become necessary? Mr. Zanuck did not like to wait so long in the dark in such a place. Then he sensed a soft tread or tapping on the walk inside the gate, heard a gentle fumbling at the rusty latch, and saw the narrow, heavy door swing inward. And in the pallid glow of the single dim street lamp, he strained his eyes to see what his colleagues had brought out of that sinister house which loomed so close beyond. But when he looked, he did not see what he had expected, for his colleagues were not there at all, but only the terrible old man, leaning quietly on his knotted cane and smiling hideously. Mr. Zanuck had never before noticed the color of that man's eyes, and now he saw that they were yellow. Little things make considerable excitement in small towns, which is the reason that Kingsport people talked all that spring and summer about the 3 unidentifiable bodies, horribly slashed as with many cutlasses, and horribly mangled as by the tread of many cruel boot heels which the tide washed in. And some people even spoke of things as trivial as the deserted motor car found in Ship Street, or certain especially inhuman cries, probably of a stray animal or migratory bird, heard in the night by wakeful citizens. But in this idle village gossip, the terrible old man took no interest at all. He was by nature reserved, and when one is aged and feeble, one's reserve is doubly strong. Besides, so ancient a sea captain must have witnessed scores of things much more stirring in the far-off days of his unremembered youth.
Okay. We are quite close to Plantera's second phase. I am not going to start another story. Music track ended. Yeah. I caught that. I'm gonna go turn on my AC. I'll be back in a sec. And then we'll get ready for phase 2. Should only be a couple minutes now. I can turn on the AC real quick. I gotta say, not gonna lie, both of those short stories were more enjoyable than At the Mountains of Madness was kind of a slog to get through. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, let's go back to in-game audio. That should be fine. Yeah, so go ahead and turn off the gain filter. That was increasing the volume of the ambient music. Well, need to dodge. Yeah, phase 2, we're not going to be able to keep reading, unfortunately. But we have time until phase 2. Let me switch back to regular controls. We should first go with the nicer Sword of the Corruption or Vampire Knives. I don't really use either. You personally like it if I upped the ambient quite a bit, like when I'm doing something else. The ambient was upped quite a lot, louder than it was. I mean, the ambient was quiet. It's supposed to be just kind of, you know, gradual spooky ambiance, but... How am I not dying? I have 128 points of defense. This is on expert mode. Being on master mode would not change very much. We would take a couple more points of damage per hit. I think Plantera hits for... Oh no, we can't face tank phase 2. I'm well aware of this. Amen Classic? Potentially. I think her damage goes up by like 40 in phase 2. I think she goes from 100 to 140. Yeah. I appreciate giving me that info, Adam. But 42,000 divided by 2 is kind of easy math. But yeah, we got 1,000 HP to go. I'm mowing the lawn. You're goddamn right I am. So we've been fighting Plantera for about an hour. I think a little bit over an hour. I think the ambient noise that I had on was an hour long, and it ended right as we finished that last story. Now, I will be curious to see whether or not Phase 2 will be faster or slower. Because, while we do deal less damage in Phase 2, we also deal... Oh, sorry, while we have fewer opportunities to deal damage because we have to dodge around, we also deal 5 times as much damage per hit. Because your defense drops to 10. And with a Shark Teeth Necklace, that gives you a 5 defense. So dodging setup is equipped boots, balloon, wings. I do wish I had that 6th accessory slot. But I think I ultimately swap out the Brain of Confusion for the Shark Tooth Necklace. Get those extra points of damage in. And then post Plantera is Lucy must be salivating now. She doesn't get to. She has not been a good girl. She does not get to cut down this plant. Yeah, Plantera is notoriously very easy. In my experience, at least, for low damage runs. She does not have very much HP, and she's got very simple AI. Very easy to manipulate. Okay, so we're gonna assess the damage, and then to re-strategize as necessary. I would really like to get rid of this block, right here, because it's a potential spawn point for things. I could always just bring her up against the corner. We're gonna stop right before we hit Phase 2. Take stock of stuff. I do wonder why we're only doing 4 DPS to Plantera and not 5. Shut up, team. It could still happen. It could still happen. Boots on. Okay. Okay. That's a lot. That's a lot of damage. That's a lot of damage. That she's dealing to me. We deal a decent amount of damage to her. That was 125 points of damage right there. But she also hits kind of hurt. Unfortunately, not really tankable for an extended period of time. Shit. Do I just wait? Do I cycle potion cooldowns? I think I cycle potion cooldowns. I go in whenever I have a potion on. Ooh, that's gonna hit the honey. It won't spawn anything. A potion cooldown will be a cycle. I could go in for more damage than that each time. Remember, we are doing 5 damage a hit each time we hit her. Yeah, no, we don't want to take too many risks, but... we do have a long period of regenerating HP. I would really appreciate it if... these stows... oh, sorry, these hearts getting caught down there is really not ideal. I would really like it if these... Plantera's hooks can despawn independently of her. I'd really like it if they did. Because that will simplify our dodging quite a lot. I'm going to run around a bit and see if I can't get that to happen. See, a couple of them despawned on that one. If I can get them to despawn, that's going to... how, I picked up a coin. Where was there even a coin to pick up? Okay. Okay. That's 500 damage. Well, 460. Need to do a better job of dodging these. Kind of botching it. Not really paying that much attention. That's right there. Imagine I die? That's not gonna happen. Especially once we finally get the hooks off of the... or the tendrils off of the hooks. Once we can finally get those to despawn. Like the 2 that despawn there. Because those are the main things that are difficult to dodge during Plantera. Is when she has a bunch of separate hitboxes. Okay. On the left side over there. That are just moving around in a way that's difficult to anticipate. I wonder if they despawn like a boss. If you don't know, bosses need to be off screen for like 12 seconds to despawn. I wonder if the tendrils follow the same logic and need to be off screen for that long in order to properly disappear. They despawn? Yeah. You'll notice a couple of them already despawned. Yeah, this hook has fully despawned the tendrils. Makes fighting Plantera like this a fair bit less annoying in the long term. Why did I make the arena so colorful? What do you mean? You don't like colorful arenas? Biggest problem with the twins? What's the biggest problem with the twins? Is that a question? Is that a statement? I'll try to understand. Oh, rest in peace, mechanic. I'm gonna sit here for a second, hope. We've gotten the hooks off of 2 of the tendrils. I'd really like to get the hooks off that 3rd one. Which US president is most likely to rob a bank? Andrew Jackson. Just showing what's the strategy here. Swap between dealing damage and dodging her. Phase 1 Plantera is super easy. Phase 2 Plantera requires me to move. And due to the amount of damage she deals, I can only tank her for so long. I have to alternate moving and not. I should have brought a Magiluminescence. Lost me a little too far away. So the way the twins, like, the twins follow the same despawn logic as most other bosses, which is just when they're off screen for 12 seconds, they go away. And if you know that, it makes it easier to act in such a way that prevents them from despawning. Because you just know you have to get them on screen at one point every like 10 or so seconds, and then they won't despawn. But yeah, having them despawn is certainly annoying. How are we doing on potion cooldown? Yeah, I would really like it if those last couple hooks despawned. Yeah, we've already done 1000 HP for phase 2. Aggro damage is not that bad. It's mostly just that we can't deal it very frequently. And, like, somebody asked the question of, like, what if you die? Well, we just do it again. Like, it did not take very long to get to this point. Plantera is not a difficult boss. How much longer? How long ago did we enter phase 2? That was about 5%. So if you just take what we already did and then multiply that by 20, that'd be about the time for the whole phase 2. Maybe like an hour and a half, I don't know. Plantera's not a difficult boss. Where's the lie? Oh, whoops, I threw my lawnmower on the ground. Hold on, I need to go pick that up. It's down there. God, those couple tendrils just do not want to despawn. There it is. Okay, it's right next to that mud block down there. Go away. I really wish I'd brought a Magiluminescence, because as she gets lower in HP, it's going to get gradually more annoying to run away from her successfully. And a Magiluminescence makes a world of difference for doing that successfully. If I stay down here... Okay, we got 2 of the tendrils off. I wonder if that other one's going to despawn. I noticed it had picked up coins. I think. That's the one I'm thinking of. Yeah, I would love it if I could... Yeah, also, Plantera only respawned the tendrils on her body. She does not respawn the tendrils on her hooks. So once they're gone, they're just gone. And I think they're all gone now. Yeah, that's going to make dodging much easier. Because that just means we only have to avoid Plantera herself. The sharpening station work for the lawnmower? No, it is not melee damage. Anything that buffs melee weapons or affects melee damage does not affect the lawnmower. So what affects the lawnmower? The shark tooth necklace? That's about all I got. I don't think you can even buff classless damage. I don't think damage buffs affect classless damage. No, this is on expert mode, I guess. Can the lawnmower crit? No. Being able to crit is specific to magic, melee, and range damage. Any other source of damage cannot crit. Stacking defense is a sensible thing. Yeah. Even if it could be buffed with damage, I still think stacking defense would be the sensible thing. Because, like, a 10-hour fight where it's very difficult to survive is just a much worse idea than a 20-hour fight where it's very easy to survive. And at this point, I'm pretty much going with my potion cooldown to determine... Pretty much if my potion comes off cooldown, I go in for damage. I could do it without doing that, but it's a bit riskier. And I'd rather play it on the safer side. We're in no rush. I should go up when I fly out of there. Instead of, Yeah, Plantera has interesting AI. Similar to Skeletron, I believe, where her acceleration... Plantera's movement is really hard to predict with certainty, because it has weird factors where her acceleration and angle is based on you and where you're moving, and then she also has her tendrils, which act unpredictably, and also limit her movement because she needs the tendrils to be able to move, for the hooks. And her speed also varies depending on how much HP she has. Why is there an ad? What do you mean? Is there an ad in the middle of the stream? I don't think I have mid-roll ads set up to be run on my channel. I don't think you should ever get a mid-roll ad when you're watching something from my channel. Yeah, I think, so I have to go cat sit for my grandparents. They're going to go to another grandson's graduation. And I have to leave on Thursday for that, I believe. So Tuesday and Wednesday are going to be the only days this week I'm going to be able to stream. And I don't think we're going to get through Golem confidently in 2 days. We'll be ready for them. So we'll probably stream something else for those 2 days, and then I'll have some time off. In the meantime. We're whittling her down, though. Just a balance of the damage we take. Yeah, to explain our setup, we have just a very tank that's very inefficient. What's very inefficient? I'm not sure what that's responding to. We have all basically the highest defense we can get from armor. I could get another point of defense, I think, if I swapped total leggings for the old one's army tank pants that you get post mech. But 1 point of defense is not something I care that much about. Squire Greaves, yeah. I think that's 1 point higher than total, but we have plenty. Why is my defense... Oh, right, because I don't have my flesh knuckles on. And then, basically, as much defense as we can get from our accessories. Actually, now that I think of it, probably would have been easier to tank phase 1 on Master Mode, because we get the extra accessory slot. We only have 5 accessory slots, and not the 6th one, despite this being Expert Mode, because... we could not kill the Wall of Flesh on Expert. That just wasn't happening. So we're going to be down an accessory slot for the rest of the game. And basically just everything we forged to warding. Cross Necklace, Ankh Shield, Flesh Knuckies, Berserker Glove, Sharktooth Necklace when actually dealing damage. And then when moving, Balloon, Terra Sparks to walk on the honey, and Fin Wings. Total ban because of Thorns? Yeah. The Thorns effect would... She would have been dead an hour ago. Probably less than an hour ago, if we had Thorn's Reflection. And then I only have the potions that I can get easily. Which is just a medium well-fed buff, Iron Skin, and Regen. I don't... Like, sure, an Endurance Potion would be nice, but fishing up enough Endurance Potions to last for fights that are hours long would be a major headache. So we don't have, like, Endurance Potions or Life Force Potions or things like that. Hey, JJ. Potion. Right now, I'm going to deal damage. Do you have any tips to defeat Wall of Flesh? What difficulty are you on? Total will only win? It's not possible because of... the Moonlord doesn't actually deal contact damage. You can't reflect damage to him. Most other bosses would be possible. Pre-hard mode? Yeah, but what difficulty are you on? Like, Classic, Expert, Master Mode? Are you on Classic? Expert? Classic? Okay. If you can get the Knight's Edge, like TMNWG said, it's very good. The main thing that I would recommend for the Wall of Flesh is you prepare an arena ahead of time. You're gonna want a space to run, so you don't get stopped by any obstacles, just like a flat runway. You know, make sure you have boots, like Hermes boots, or an upgrade of them. Magiluminescence is also very helpful for outrunning the Wall of Flesh. I would recommend you have the highest tier armor for your class that you can get. If you're using a Knight's Edge, I would recommend using Molten Armor. If you're using like a Phoenix Blaster or a Hellwing Bow, I would recommend Necro Armor. And if you're using like a Demon Scythe or a Water Bolt, Jungle Armor is pretty easy to get. And then as long as you have a good space to run away and a decent weapon, you know, keep distance from the Wall of Flesh, keep running in one direction. If you don't like the Knight's Edge, you have to get close. I would recommend a Phoenix Blaster next. A Phoenix Blaster with Meteor Shot. You get the Phoenix Blaster by combining the handgun looted from the dungeon with Hellstone Bows. The Hellwing Bow from Shadow Chests is also pretty great for the Wall of Flesh. If you really want to farm Queen Bee a bunch, you could get a bunch of bean aids, which are a pretty solid option. If you want to use magic weapons, I would use a demon scythe, or a water bolt, or an aqua scepter. Any of those are pretty good options. Sun Fury is a good alternative to Knight's Edge. Yeah, Sun Fury can work well. Dark Lance might be a better play, though. Sun Fury is awkward to use. It's been so long. Has it? It's only been like an hour and a half. Yeah, if you want classic, Meteorite Armor and Space Gun works perfectly fine. It scales off kind of poorly on high difficulties, but it'll work fine on classic. The main thing I would make sure of is having the speed to run away from it and the space to run away from it. You're struggling for the last 5 hours doing the boss? Damn. The achievement sounds? What do you mean? Not sure I'm following. Can you get Knight's Edge pre-HUD mode? Yes, it is the strongest sword you can get pre-HUD mode. To get it, you're going to need to combine the Volcano, which is made from Hellstone bows, the Muramasa, which is looted from the dungeon, the Blade of Grass, which is looted from various materials collected in the jungle, and either the Light's Bane or Blood Butcherer, depending on whether you're Corruption or Crimson World, which is made from either Demonite or Crimtane bows. And you combine them at a demon altar. Alright, Plantera shoots spores. Alright, Plantera shoots spores. Alright, Plantera shoots spores. Am I torturing yourself? I wouldn't consider this torture, Jesse. I feel like we have different ideas of what torture is, if you consider this torture. My family's not being threatened. I'm still physically safe. I'm not going to develop post-traumatic stress disorder from this. Yeah, the nice thing about the Knight's Edge is it has a very big, very wide attack, so you can hit a lot of the 2, sometimes 3 if you're positioned well, of the wall hit segments at once. So you do a lot of damage on top of having very good damage to begin with. What armor do I have? Hollowed Mask, Total Chest Piece, Total Leggings. Unless you're asking, JJ. You would not have the patience for this? Well, I suppose that's why I'm doing it, and you aren't. I didn't mean that in a passive-aggressive way. I'm saying that, I do have the patience for it, so that's why I'm doing it. How much damage do you do? I think Knight's Edge is like 40 base damage. Plantera have less defense in phase 2? Yes, her defense drops from 30 to 10. I mean, it is on Classic. I don't think they'll need to buff that much. Like, once they get a decent weapon and a good arena, they should be perfectly fine to take on Wall of Flesh. If any buffs, like the basic Iron Skin regen food buff, I wouldn't do more than that. They're doing it for 5 hours? If they've been doing it for 5 hours, there's probably some fundamental mistake that they're making during the fight, and a small buff to regeneration or defense probably wouldn't change that much. Approaching the way that they're doing it is probably more important than their individual gear. Also, it takes a long time to re-summon the Wall of Flesh, potentially, so that 5 hours may not be 5 hours of actually fighting the boss, just they started trying 5 hours ago. They have to wait for the guide to respawn, get Voodoo Doll. If they don't know, they can drop the guide in lava. Yeah, you do not need potions on Classic. If you didn't know, JJ, if you put a house in the underworld and you move the guide in there, if you drop the guide in lava, in the underworld, it'll spawn the Wall of Flesh, so you don't have to get a Voodoo Demon each time. On your first playthrough, you put armor in the vanity slot, so don't do that, yeah. Okay, we have almost done 5,000 damage, which is about 25% of phase 2. This would be... Saying you don't need X on classic mode is dumb, though, because that's subjective. If you reforge your accessories to warding and have molten armor, and just, like, hold the A key with, like, hornets, or... Like, that's how we did Wall of Flesh on the dance pad, which is, I don't even know if we use potions for that. It's just, like, get some things, hold down the run away button, it dies. Like, yeah, potions are helpful, but they are overkill. Left to right or right to left? Usually depends on the world gen. I'll usually do it whichever one's closest to my cavern pylon. And yeah, I wanted to get bacon from the Powder Girl, but the problem is it's really difficult to amass bacon without spending an assload of money on it, and I don't have an assload of money. Because since this is the remix seed, there's no happiness, so we can't reduce the Powder Girl's prices a lot. So we gotta pay full price for Pig Banyada's. But I do intend to do that. But I just haven't had the... I also still don't think the Powder Girl has shown up. Yeah, Powder Girl still hasn't shown up. Let's not do that. I don't want... See, the main thing I would want to avoid with the solar eclipse is the increased spawn rates, particularly near NPCs, potentially leading to like a man-eater or angry trapper showing up in an awkward position. The solar eclipse enemies won't actually spawn at this elevation, but I don't know if the fact that the NPCs won't reduce spawn rates up here is going to possibly give them an avenue to spawn. Do you think the red intended the N in Pig Vanyata to be pronounced like the Spanish N? Does it have the squiggly thing over it? Doesn't the like pinata have the squiggly thing over the end? That'd probably be a good way to tell. If it's got the squiggly thing, then I'd say probably. Alright. But the real question is, how many of these background walls, top to bottom, can you name? Every single one of these layers is a different background wall. Get a good look? How many of them do you know? And can you name them in order? Your quality is too low? You see some glorified brick? That is glorified brick, yeah. That one stripped there. There's mushroom walls. Some gem spoke. You need enough space in one YouTube message. This weird thing is called a tilde. Is it called a tilde when it's an accent on a letter in Spanish? Alright, tell you what. I'll pause here for a sec. I will say, try to identify as many of these walls top to bottom in order as you can. And I'll give whoever's correct, send them in my Discord server, and I'll give whoever's closest some kind of prize. Undecided on what that is. You know, like do Discord. Okay, well, you won't get the prize then. That's fine, but realistically, it would probably be like a role in the Discord server or something. So like, there's not that much stuff that I can like reward people with. You know, I could have made swiftness potions, which I. Also, you may want to rewind the stream to find out the lowest layer of wall, because the honey is now obscuring it. Time limit? I'll say when I'm done killing Plantera. Wooden walls? You'll figure out once we're done killing Plantera. I'll go through it, I'll go through it then. Hey, book 15k, which means you've done 6,000 damage. All the fights after this are going to be a pain in the ass, though. Because I think we're pretty much guaranteed to do 1 damage a hit to all of them. What's the best country? There is no best country. Only the ones you prefer. Everything is ups and downs. Jolin's gonna be interesting. What's the best frog? The ones that show up around my house, all the time. I like those frogs. Or the ones that keep their young in holes in their skin. That's pretty cool, but they don't show up on my house, so... Ones that squirt blood out of their eyes to discourage predators? Those are a frog that does that? I thought that was a lizard. Isn't that like the satanic leaf-tailed gecko or something? Yeah, that's not a frog. One lizard. I was probably just thinking of another lizard with the name, but yeah. There's a lizard. I can tell I'm really gonna want a magiluminescence. You have anything in Terraria that would trigger trypophobia? Queen Bee? With Sprite? She's got a lot of holes in her. By extension, I guess also the bee gun, since the bee gun is just like Queen Bee's ass with a trigger. Am I literally just beating Terraria with a lawnmower? Yes. Is that not obvious? And Rage Plantera with lawnmower only? Win? Never. It would be very boring. Am I doing optional bosses like Duke, Emperor's Light, or events only the required ones? I have not decided. It will depend on how I'm feeling. Adding any one of those bosses would probably add an immense amount of time to the fight. To the run. So I certainly am not going to do all, but maybe I'll do some of them. But I did most of them. Well, I did all bosses with a copper short sword, and like the lawnmower is just a much shittier weapon that is much more annoying to fight things with. Because the main thing that makes the lawnmower not fun to use is the fact that I have to do this right here. You'll notice that I'm just sitting in a corner and not moving. And that's because the lawnmower has 2 requirements to deal damage. Fights for 2 hours. Yeah. Plantera's not been... She's a very fast boss. Which is why it's only been 2 hours. She is very easy to deal damage to in Phase 1, and in Phase 2 her defense drops to a point of actually being damageable. That's why she's only been 2 hours. Twins, I think, took 12 hours. Climb... I do not remember how long Climb took, I'm not gonna lie. Destroyer took about 6 hours. But yeah, the Lawnmower has 2 requirements in order to deal damage. It has to... Yeah, the Twins took 3 streams. Plantera is going to take, like, out of 1. I have to be holding down a horizontal direction key and also standing on the ground in order to deal damage with the Lawnmower. Which means, I can, like, if I just fly up to Plantera here, I will not deal damage to her. I am not on the ground, which means the Lawnmower does not have a hitbox. This is not going to do anything. I have to be positioned in a very specific way in order to deal damage to enemies. And I also have to be moving, or holding down a movement key, which is why I'm pressed up against a wall. And because of that, it is very boring and very annoying fighting most bosses. Because most bosses are not going to conveniently position themselves in a way where you can just hit them while standing still. Isn't Copper Short Sword literally easier? Or Copper Short Sword is much easier. I've beaten the whole game with a Copper Short Sword game ability. The Lawnmower is a more difficult version of that. I've already done Copper Short Sword only. I want to put Hout Statue in the corner of the arena? You know, I could just do that. But realistically, I think that would play out mostly the same way. Because I'm at full health before I go to damage her in the corner anyway. I have not read the Quran, so I don't have an opinion on that. But I would pick up the Hout statue, the Houts when I go to deal damage, which is when I'm at full HP anyway. So I don't think it would really do that much. Cringe, I am not religious. I don't care what the religion is. Might give you some more time to hurt her. Maybe, but I also get the refresh stabilizing HP when I do this, which I like. Because, like, it's safer to be able to run out here and grab some Houts to give more HP. Yeah, you can tell that despawning those tendrils helps out a lot. And, like, Plantera is probably, like, one of the most engaging and entertaining bosses we fought with a Lawnmower so far, because most of the bosses has just been, I deal 1 damage a hit, and either cannot hit them, so I have to utilize teleporters to position me in a way where I can't hit them, or it just takes a really fucking long time, like Skeletron. And so, like, not having to just teleport around every couple seconds makes this much more, a much more enjoyable experience. Huh? Yeah, we don't need to improve on anything. Oh, thanks doesn't matter. And then there's Moonlord. Yeah, Moonlord's gonna be a pain in the ass. You would think that would take a lot longer? What would take a lot longer? Like fighting her like this? I mean, the problem with teleporters on Plantera, is that her tendrils can grab the things that the teleporters are positioned on. Her hooks can grab them, which is annoying. Can I not swear your sister is in the room? Get headphones. Okay, we are almost at 13k. I don't think Plantera has gotten any of her speed ups yet, though. I think it's at half HP and 25%. Well, rather, that'd be 25% and 1/8. I think it's half of her phase 2 HP and 25% of her phase 2 HP where she speeds up. Which would be, what, 10,500 and, 5750? Yeah, I got butterfly dust to drop from a moth, and I had considered killing wyverns to try to get butterfly wings, but, like, it would take hours. Technically, there's 3 phases then. I would not consider it a 3rd phase. It's a similar sort of thing to how, like, the wall of flesh speeds up firing as he gets close to dead, or the twins, retinazer, speeds up firing as he gets close to dead, or the dash frequency of spasmatism and retinazer in phase 1 increases as they near phase 2. It's more just a progression along the one phase than a distinct phase itself. She just gets faster. She doesn't get new attacks. Her defense damage doesn't change. She just speed. Similar to how, like, the Eye of Cthulhu, as it gets near death, speeds up how frequently it does chain dashes, but I would not call the Eye of Cthulhu a boss that has, like, 5 phases. I would not call that. Plantera and the Empress are both females, and coincidentally both have banger themes. Yeah. But Deerclops also has a banger theme, and... Is Deerclops female? I don't remember. To be fair, I don't know if any bosses in Terraria have a confirmed male gender. Like, what are the bosses for which there are confirmed genders with? And, well, plants have gender, stupid sockhead, but they're not the same genders that, like, well, gender's not quite the right word. But they have distinct sex chromosomes, based on reproducing or fertilizing. So, like... But it's not the same sense that mammals have things. Slime King? Yeah, I think that... King and Queen Slime. Moon Lord. Yeah. Duke Fishron too. Duke is a male title. As opposed to Duchess. Queen Bee? Yeah, Queen Bee's female. Golem? I don't think Golem has a gender. It's a, like, robot. Not a lot of bosses. I mean, we went through a good amount. That's... I feel like most of the Does Skeletron have a confirmed... Is he referred to as, like, male? And hold on, we can just look at the bestiary. No, he's not referred to by any particular pronoun, just an it. Geoclops, I don't think has one. I mean, these are like mechanical creations. I don't think they would have genders. Wall of Flesh, I feel like is also an it. The old man might have something to do with him. Skeletron is the curse possessing the old man. The Skeletron is not the old man. Master, not mistress? Yeah, okay. I think that one's a bit more of a stretch. I think that is one of the silliest questions you have ever asked, Kanata. And I do not think that's something that I need to elaborate on or needs to be discussed. What is your stance on animal cruelty? You 12 years old? Yeah, oh yeah, by the way, streamer, what is your stance on murdering entire families? What's your stance on just torturing random people you come across? Do you believe in, mugging blind people? No, these things are not based. No, they are not based. You're not based, you're like an unfunny, edgy teenager. Or adult who did not grow out of their edgy teenager phase. Okay, we are almost at the halfway point of phase 2. Yeah, saying terrible things just because they're terrible is not a funny joke. That generally leads to people either thinking you're a bad person, or that you believe the things that you're saying, and also that you're a bad person. Particularly over text where sarcasm is not evident. It's one thing to say things when you have tone of voice and inflection. But, like, saying edgy things just because you think saying something that's awful is funny is not... It's not... Inflection? I inflected your mom last night. When you're hitting Plantera with Lawnmower when you have critical strikes, because the Lawnmower cannot deal critical damage. Memes. Holy shit, Celeste? Madeline Celeste? Hi. But yeah. Dealing critical damage is specific to melee, ranged, and magic damage. Other sources of damage cannot crit. I think it's specifically coded that those types can deal crit damage, and not other types can't. And I think that's why summon damage was not originally able to crit, and why it still can't crit, and why enemies can't crit. And I've told you before not to be edgy, Kanata. Just because you went away for a week doesn't give you a pass to go back to being edgy. If any of you were able to crit, that would be an absolute nightmare. Yeah, it would be very annoying. And would also make defense builds even better than they already are. Because crit damage applies after defense, so. Edgy isn't funny in real life, but in text it's funny because people might think you're a bad person. How is that funny? Doesn't that just mean people think you're a dick? Is people thinking that you're a dick a good thing? Like, wow, these people might think I'm an asshole. Oh, mission succeeded. Why would you want people to think you're an asshole if you're not an asshole? Can you ban node emoji? It's starting to get old. I don't think you have to... You can stop just repeating one word that somebody said with a node emoji. It's kind of just spamming it, and it's not really a joke in the first place. Funny does not equal good. Well, just because something is funny doesn't mean you should do it. YouTube shares a lot of emojis. Yeah, like face, fuchsia, smiling, poop. Or, you know, we don't even have to be on the wall for Plantera, now that I look at this. Like, we move slow enough in Honey that we just can vibe. Remember if there's an emoji for every Terraria boss? I'm sure there is in the Terraria Discord server. You think you would laugh if you saw on the news that a bunch of people died in a hilariously impossible way? But I mean, it's a good thing. The node emoji, people just put it because they know what they're going to say isn't funny, so they just put it in to act like it's a joke or whatever they're going to type. The node emoji is just like the lowest brow, this person is saying something, and like, they're right, but I don't want to concede that they're right, so I'm just going to put a node emoji and make fun of them for... and call them a nerd. Continue talking about the genders of Terraria bosses. Are there any other Terraria bosses whose genders we haven't established? Do the older ones army stuff count as bosses? I would say Betsy counts as a boss, but I would call the other ones mini bosses. But for the sake of all bosses and things like that, I would consider Betsy an event boss. More akin to, like, the Motion Saucer. Dark Mage is female, Ogre is male, Betsy is female. Dark Mage is female? I didn't know that. I knew Betsy was female. Oh. Well, Betsy is female. That is... Ted Kennedy, don't think the Dark Mage's gender is established. Are the preferred bosses like... Gender's bosses like the Moonlord Wall of Flesh? I don't... Wall of Flesh, I think definitely not. The Moonlord is given the title of Moonlord, but at the same time... Moon Lady sounds... Okay, I think Plantera is sped up now. You can see she's faster. I think her tendrils might actually be spaced out more. Well, even still, like... The thing with that, AT217, is that Mistress is a gendered term. Master is not... I feel like inherently gendered. Like, Mistress specifically implies female. Master, I don't think specifically implies male. I wish I gave myself more space to work with. She's being a real pain in the ass to dodge here. What are the HP values where Plantera speeds up? As percentage fractions of her HP? Does she speed up again after this, or is this the last one? I forget. Because this is manageable, but if she speeds up more, it's going to be a real pain in the ass. Using lore to define gender, the wall should be male based on the bestiary entry. That was a joke made by Red Celeste. That was never like a canon thing. People took it as canon for some fucking reason, despite it being a very obvious joke. Not funny joke memes, say something like that again and I'm going to ban you. Who said what? Not important. I wish I had a magic luminescence. But yeah, can somebody look up the values where Plantera's speed increases? You know, Plantera speeds up over time with lower health. Like, it's literally just, like, listed on the wiki. She speeds up at either these values or percentage of her HP. Like, could someone just look up what those are? Because I want to know if she speeds up again or if this is the last one. I don't quite remember. Can't see it on her page. Movement or attack speed? Movement. It's specifically phase 2. Well, that's not Terraria lore. That's Lovecraft lore. And... okay, book 10k. Wouldn't it be funny if there was a secret super boss where the mechanical brain was completed, you had to fight Moonlord with other mech bosses enhancing him? Would it be funny? Cthulhu is Lovecraft? Lovecraftian Cthulhu is not the same thing as Cthulhu in other canons. Cthulhu is like literally a fucking anime girl in that one anime. Like, Nyoko-chan or whatever. Just because something is true in Lovecraft's lore doesn't make it true in any lore of anything that uses or is based on Lovecraft's things. Like, Terraria does not take place on Earth. There is no city by that name in Terraria. I'm not really trying that much with dodging Plantera. She's kind of just... I can eat occasional hits. How do you know it's in the ocean? The ocean is like 100 blocks long. I don't see no city down there. Goes past the barrier? Yeah, for like a couple blocks, then there's a wall of like dirt. And then the world just stops. Doesn't exist anymore. Terraria takes place in Texas. Source. The lore says Cthulhu became Moonlord. I don't know that that's the case. Terraria's lore is also, like, basically all applied in post. Like, all of Terraria's lore is just stuff that Relogic made up, in 1.4, to justify the existence of things that already existed. So there's a lot of lore justifications for things, that were clearly not intended to have discrete lore in the first place. Like, the thing about, like, the old man kidnapping the mechanic to rebuild Cthulhu and the mech bosses being parts of Cthulhu, like, that's just finding lore for things that exist, rather than, them being intended from the start. So it adds in... The lore of the game is, interesting for that reason. He even goes so far as to say Terraria lore isn't canon. You feel like the whole Cthulhu thing wasn't even intended, at least until Crimson came out? Eater of Worlds Cthulhu's spine? According to what? No? It's a giant worm. Why the fuck would a spine be a giant worm? That doesn't make any sense. The cult... Whatever. It doesn't matter which one... Like, the idea of being kidnapped to be in the dungeon. Who kidnapped the mechanic?
Me.
I got her ass right here. Like, I didn't rescue the mechanic from the dungeon. I just changed to a kidnapper. What's a challenge run you try after beating X mode for the first time? I think class-only challenge runs are fun. Good place to start. You just pick a class, either Ranger, Melee, Summoner, Magic, whatever. Probably a class that you didn't use for the greater one. For the regular one. Summoner only is probably the more challenging of them. And you just only use those weapons. You don't let yourself deal damage with anything else. And then you just play the game like that. It's not a terribly difficult challenge, but it's usually a fun place to start. Failing that, if you want something more interesting, you can pick a weapon subclass, like pistols only, swords only, boomerangs, yo-yos, whatever. You could do whip-only summoner. You could do whipless summoner. You know, restricting the gear that you can use. I'm sure you could get creative with what exactly you want to do. Summoner is more changing than Melee. Melee is extremely easy. What are you talking about, Marley? Well, how do you know that killing them wasn't part of the ritual, Celeste? Maybe they want you to kill them. Maybe they were added before their lore was added, and therefore their gameplay mechanics don't match up with the lore that was given to them. You could also play a special seed. Like, for the worthy, I would not recommend Get Fixed Boy if you just beat Expert Mode for the first time, but you could try, like, for the worthy. That would probably be a bit more difficult than these challenges that we're talking about, though. Is the information on Plantera speeding up not listed on our wiki page, then? I thought it was. I haven't checked recently. Kevin kills are too fast to know this. I mean, I'm certainly aware that Plantera speeds up. Even without doing low damage stuff, like, it's pretty evident that the fight speeds up over time in Phase 2. I just want to know if she's going to speed up again. Or if her last speed up is at 25% HP. Yeah, fandom being first is annoying. Plantera's gonna die faster than the twins? Oh, easily. Plantera, I think, has pretty much always been the fastest boss to kill in low damage runs, as far as hard mode bosses go. Who stole Moonlord's Megs? Me. Neither wiki says anything about it? That is surprising. I mean, it's very obvious that she's speeding up if you just look at her, compared to how fast she was going earlier. This is what I had wished I had brought my Magiluminescence for. It makes outspeeding her a little bit easier. Would have been nice if I had greater healing potions for this. But this one, the easiest and fastest, probably Wall of Flesh. Oh, I mean hard mode bosses, but yeah. Wall of Flesh is a piece of cake. Actually, no, Wall of Flesh was not a piece of cake. Wall of Flesh took a fuck ton of effort, and we barely killed him on Classic. Deoclops is probably the easiest. It's probably just 25% if it's not mentioned anywhere. I mean, we'll see. She's... Doesn't necessarily mean it's not mentioned anywhere, it just means you guys didn't find it anywhere. But then again, the wiki does lack information a lot of the time, so its information is incorrect, so I wouldn't be surprised if it wasn't there. But I could have sworn I remembered seeing it listed on the wiki at some point. Oops, I need to heal there. Okay, broke 8k. Remember you when you were a young kid, the official wiki was blocked on school Wi-Fi and the fandom wasn't? There's something with more traffic. The official wiki certainly wouldn't have had more traffic. Oh, you mean more traffic to fandom. I don't know if school Wi-Fi filters would have been what led to fandom having more traffic. I think it's more because before fandom was taken over by fandom, back when it was Wikia, the company was not, like, complete shit, and the wiki was actually good. But in the past couple years, most places have migrated off of fandom, because it sucks now. Hello, Sengijan? Please speak in English, though. It's an English-only chat. As far as the fandom wiki for Terraria still exists, I mean, it's abandoned. People don't use it, really, anymore. Is it suck now? The company running it is shitty. It has a lot more ads, in my experience. Intrusive pop-up ads, video things playing, every time you want to look at something. I can't think of that much off the top of my head. I assume the moderation quality is worse. At least for Terraria. Because a lot more misinformation or bad information is put on the fandom wiki, even when both of them were being actively supported. But that's the same reason that, like, the Rain World wiki migrated off of fandom to Mirror Haze. That's why the Terraria wiki, pretty much everyone switched over to wiki.gg. Not every game has moved off of fandom, because some games, especially more niche ones, don't have the resources or community interest in changing their wiki. But fandom as a site is pretty shitty. Turkish and your English is a bit insufficient, but you play very well. Thank you. And yeah, the English only thing is just because there have been issues in the past with people saying things that are very, very much so not nice in other languages, and then me not being able to understand or moderate them. I didn't paint any of the walls? No. None of the walls are painted. Yeah, wow, the slime mount dealt damage to an entity that I'm not going to kill anyway. One invalidated? True. Okay, shouldn't be too much longer in Plantera, though. So the thing that's gonna be awkward is I'm gonna need to do, like, an assload of farming post-Plantera for Paladin shields, and, I'll need to decide exactly what I want to take, because since I'm down an accessory slot, I'm not sure I'm gonna go 3 shield build. You know, try to help yourself not fail every final instead of watching Plantera be very slowly killed by a Lawnmower. Well, thanks for stopping by, Celeste. Go, absolutely, go study so you don't fail your classes. 3 shield? Like, Frozen Shield, Hero Shield, paladin shield for all the defense. Because I just don't think I have the accessory slots to support that. Because I'm going to put an accessory slot on Cross Necklace, and then... I don't even know if Frozen Shield is worthwhile, honestly. What about Shield of Cthulhu? Hell no. My build's probably going to be Hero Shield, Berserker Glove, Flesh Knuckles, Cross Necklace. Although, maybe I don't use Cross Necklace at a certain point. Because the Cross Necklace effectively halves the amount of damage that I take, but taking 6 less damage per hit. Ooh, referencing the 3 Wolf Moon? I don't know what that is. Might be less than taking half damage. Like, if I'm getting hit for 10, and I reduce that by 6 and get hit for 4, that's better than the Cross Necklace is doing. So we'll see. And that leaves one more accessory slot, which... we'll see. As far as I'm concerned, the Frozen Shield is pretty much just 25. Or sorry, just 6 defense, because I don't really drop below half HP that much to begin with, so the 25% damage reduction doesn't. It's been before your time. When was it? What is it? Just because I don't know something doesn't mean it's before my time. It just means I don't interact or engage with whatever media it's from or whatever it's a reference to. It's this t-shirt, basically. The meme is from before 2010. Okay, I am 23. I don't know how young you think I am. That just, like, I just don't remember that. I don't remember every pre-2010 meme. Getting beehives to grow up there. Yours 1080p on streams is actually 1080p. What, you mean the bitrate? The bitrate issues with the background? Yeah, unfortunately streamed quality is not as high as the regular quality. Our stream on 180, 140. Damn. Although, granted, there's not very much to see on screen. If you're just like hanging out in chat and talking, I imagine that's enough. If you just have to like hear me. hard to tell what each wall is. The quality is that low. Alright, one sec. I'll put a picture in, waiting in line that screenshots it. Screenshots. Okay. I also kind of want to try, see if I can just record locally, while also streaming to have a higher quality version of the stream. Which I guess would only really be stuff like this, because I can't record, I don't have the storage space to record, like, dozens of hours of streams, but like the end of the Plantera fight, I could try to record in high quality. That's... Screenshotting caused me to get hit quite a bit there. I sat still when I shouldn't have. Did she speed up again? She might have. I can't tell conclusively. Do I play any other games? Yeah. I play a lot of games. Stabilize HP. Another 30 minutes, maybe? Yeah. Probably gonna slow down a bit near the end. Especially if she speeds up again. Which I can't entirely tell if she did speed up. It feels like she sped up again. But I'm not positive. Being a femboy is cool and all, but imagine a 36-year-old femboy and start to have a receding hairline. Wigs. Fake hair. I want to pick up these hearts, because they're also going to prevent... It is almost over, yeah. A random player killed your dog and chased him out for 6,000 blocks to kill him. What? In Terraria? Like, the dog pet? Or, like, is this Minecraft? Like, wolves? She's faster, right? Like, she sped up? I'm pretty sure she sped up. Because, like, the way she's approaching me in that corner feels like her acceleration is a lot higher than it typically is. She's going poltergeist? Oh god, no, please not the drifting. Please, anything but the drifting. Am I a femboy? Yes. Look at the videos on my channel. Look at that. Answers down pretty well. I am not going to... For the sake of safety, I'm not going to be as aggressive with... dealing damage near the end here, because it's a bit trickier to avoid her for a period of time, and I don't want to drop below half HP. That's kind of my buffer zone. Hey Coxie, how you doing? What's it like being a femboy? Exactly the same as being anybody else. I'm not sure I understand the question. Oh wait, my potion's on off cooldown. I'm doing pretty well, Quexy. Feels nice that Plantera's gonna die soon. I might do some multiplayer streams tomorrow and Wednesday. And given it's got a maid outfit. Maid outfits are overrated, I'm not gonna lie. They're pretty mid. It wouldn't be Terraria multiplayer though, I don't think. Cause 2 days I feel like isn't enough to do a full world. And I don't know if I'd want to use like out of a Terraria world. Hit 56-17. Oh. Maybe on the weekend? No, I'm going to be busy Thursday through Sunday, and I am not going to be streaming at that point in time. I'm not even going to be home Thursday and Friday. And then Saturday, I'm going to be busy, and then Sunday, I usually don't stream on Sunday anyway, and I'm going to have to, like, you know, take care of things after having not been home for several days. Stuff around the house and whatnot. But I'll probably put up a poll sometime later today for what we play. Okay, we almost broke 5k. But yeah, this is... The way a lot of boss fights going forward are probably going to be like is similar to Phase 2 Plantera, except they're going to have a lot more health. They're probably going to deal more damage. Not all of them, though. But like Duke Fishron, especially, would deal more damage than this, if we even fight Duke Fishron. But the main difference is that we will not be dealing 5 damage a hit, we will be dealing 1 damage a hit. And it will probably also be more difficult to hit them multiple times in a second. But the cycle of... For some reason, Monday feels the longest out of the work week. Well, probably because it's the first day of the work week. You're adjusted to going back to work after the weekend, the rest of the week. Cultist... We'll see what Cultist is like. Because unlike Retinazer, the Cultist doesn't adjust in real time to your position. He just picks a spot above you and then starts doing his attack. So we may be able to make a setup where we don't just sit still and teleport. Especially because I will need to, Oh yeah, I mean, teleporters would make Cultist easy. But I mean if we didn't want to use teleporters. Well, the Cultist is also not a particularly interesting boss, so I'm not against using teleporters to position myself. Whoops. The Ilsens are going to be... The illusions? I don't think they will be that much of an issue time death, because you can predict where the illusions are going to come from with absolute certainty, as long as you position yourself correctly. And if you know where they're going to come from, then you know how to get there to, hit them before they spawn something. Thank you. Did you kill the wall of flesh? Nice. Well, have fun in hard mode. You dare me to make Cultist interesting? I mean, like, he's a pretty interesting guy. I've gotten to know him over a date. Seems like he has a lot going on, but, like, God, he is a bland fight. Okay, broke 5k. Just make sure to go as slow as possible for the last 5k. I'm making some chicken tacos in the slow cooker right now. God, those fucking smell good. I want those tacos. We do anything after Plantera today? Like, maybe we just vibe around in, like, I don't know, dungeon or something? Oh, wait, I didn't, potion's still on cooldown. You hungry now? I'm hungry, too. Temple prep? Oh, we could go through the temple. It's not difficult to get through the temple, though. It'll take, like, a couple minutes. You don't need to fight things in the temple. But we could. Realistically, I'll probably just make a Hoik and bring him in here, when actually fighting him. Because I want to be able to control what spawns during the fight. And I don't want to have to deal with lizards or flying snakes potentially spawning in the middle of Golem's fight. And I can't affect the, background walls. I could flood the place with honey, but then it would just basically be the same thing as out here, and I could just walk over here. Like, she's faster there. Are you in hard mode now? Yes, you are in hard mode now. Hard mode is not a difficulty, it's a state of the game. Hard mode just refers to the world after you kill the wall of flesh. This is our HP regen rate, by the way, if you were wondering. That's our fast recover health. Looks like maybe 4 or 5 a second. I can't tell quite clearly. Stop clipping me with those. Red keeps trying to have us fight in the temple if they've done nothing to improve the boss room. Yeah, that's that was my main gripe with the temple changes they made in 1.4.4. Is like they really want you to fight in the temple, but then it also sucks. Isn't there supposed to be an attacking sword after you beat Wall of Flesh? Could you elaborate on that question? What is an attacking sword? Like, the Wall of Flesh drops a sword? He drops the Breaker Blade. It's a 25% chance though. He drops a weapon for each class, either a gun, a sword, what's the magic weapon? A laser rifle, or a whip. It's not a guaranteed drop, though. He'll drop one of those 4, but which one you get is random. You saw in vids there's an attacking sword. I mean, there are different swords you can get after killing the Wall of Flesh. That might be what you're thinking about. But the one the Wall of Flesh drops itself. Unless you mean, like, a sword attacking you. Is that? No, on Classic, Breaker Blade goes hard, Teru. Breaker Blade one-shots, like, fucking everything. With Classic HP. In early hard mode. Yeah, if you mean like something attacking you, that's an enchanted sword, and if it showed up after the Wall of Flesh, it's probably just because the hollow spawned nearby. If you mean a sword attacking for you, like a minion, the Blade Staff is available post Wall of Flesh. Might be what you're thinking about. Oops. Well, it's post Queen Slime, but the Wall of Flesh unlocks Queen Slime. I know it's from Queen Slime, but like... Queen Slime isn't really a point in progression, she's an optional boss. And like, the point in progression where Queen Slime is unlocked is the Wall of Flesh. So like, if you're seeing like, oh, people got it after the Wall of Flesh, and then they had it for using on the mechanical bosses or something. Yeah, the guide does have updated tips for hard mode. He will give you advice on what to do if you're unsure. But if they've watched videos and stuff, they probably have a decent sense of what to do. Is the Breaker Blade good? I would not go out of your way to get it. You can get better swords. Now, swords in general are not very strong in early hard mode because they don't have good range. And the bosses you want to fight typically require or benefit you having range. So typically you're going to look for more as melee things like boomerangs, like the banana ring, or flails like the Tower of Power Dripper Crippler. Hello, what's going on here? You're new? I am killing Plantera with a lawnmower. Yeah, if you wanted a good early hard mode sword, I mean, if you just get the hard mode ores, like, adamantite and titanium sword are fine. They're pretty solid, especially for classic. If you just want, like, a melee weapon to deal with things that are near you. Frostbrand's also good. Fetid Bagnacks don't have very much range, but deal really good DPS. I've definitely made a titanium sword and been content with it. Its ability to just kill things. Yeah, and the Knight's Edge is solid. The main thing it has going for it is size and crowd control. The damage itself is kind of lackluster. In my experience. Are the new ores better than the Knight's Edge? For weapons, if you wanted a sword, I would only take the tier 3 ore, either titanium or adamantite, over the Knight's Edge. And even still, that would, you know, it has less range, it's not an open and shut thing. But they would deal better damage, considerably. As far as, like, armor or things, you're definitely, like, any of the ore is going to be better than the armor you have. I would suggest... You know, the safe thing would be to get at least the second tier armor, Mithril or Chalcum. You know, getting the third tier, Adamantite or Titanium, is overkill, but it is better armor. It just usually takes a while to collect a lot of it. If you have Palladium, that's also a solid tier 1 armor. Cobalt's kind of underwhelming, though. And as far as weapons, I mean, you know, Mithril or Chalcum Repeater is also pretty solid. You saw a run where a guy was beating Terraria using only traps? No. I don't really watch other people's runs that much. Doesn't sound that difficult, though. Sounds interesting. I've, yeah, I don't really keep up with what other people do. What if you just go for Zenith Sword? Yeah, Zenith is post-game. Zenith requires things from the final boss. You are nowhere near getting the Zenith. I would suggest just working on upgrading your armor and mining ores. And deal with how to fight the bosses later. Is hard mode hard? Yes. Even on classic, the things in hard mode are pretty dangerous. And certainly a lot more deadly pretty much all over the world compared to pre-hard mode. Especially with your early hard mode... Oh, sorry. Especially with your pre-hard mode gear, you should look to upgrade that. Have I beat Legendary mode? Yes, I did Hardcore Get Fixed Boy. I was the first person in the world to do that. Yeah, no, the guide is great. He does provide a lot of tips, although some of his tips, especially in early hard mode, could be misinterpreted. He has that one tip regarding Duke Fishron, which is not good advice for new players. But yeah, the crafting recipes in particular. I mean, I still go to the guide for crafting recipes a lot. It's faster and easier than opening up, like, the wiki to look up how to craft something. Do 1 HP hardcore do it? I've done 1 HP hardcore for a while. I'm sure I could do 1 HP hardcore. The problem is 1 HP hardcore is not fun. Like, I've gotten post Plantera in 1 HP hardcore. But, like, that took a lot of time, effort, and it wasn't very fun to do. It was just really slow and stressful. And, like, I'm sure I could do it, but, like, I'd rather spend my time doing other things. Where do you get Lucy? It drops from deer clumps. Is this fun? More fun than 1 HP hardcore. The fun thing about challenges like this is figuring out how to do things and then watching your plan work in execution. Like, the actual process itself is not very fun. Like, it's rather uneventful. But coming up with the idea and then seeing the idea through to fruition is the part that's satisfying. And then being done with it afterwards and telling people they can shut the fuck up and stop telling me to do this. Where do you get wings that fly forever? To do that, you will need to... You cannot do that, JJ. You cannot do that on Classic. There is a late game item that drops on Expert Mode and above that, when combined with wings, gives wings infinite flight time, but there is no way to get wings with infinite flight time on Classic. Your best bet would be going for a mount, and the only infinite flight mount in Classic is the UFO, which is quite late game post-Golem, coming from the Motion Saucer. You're gonna have to deal with having limited flight time. That's just how wings work. Any tips on how to get surface on Legendary Mode and not die before Evil Boss? Set up pylons. Magic Conch is a really easy way to get to the surface. You can make an ocean pylon really easily with the Magic Conch. And then how to not die before the Evil Boss, I don't know. I would recommend fighting the Evil Boss elsewhere, transplanting a biome. Like, take 300 blocks, make an evil biome somewhere else so you don't have to deal with the really high spawn rates on the surface. And you can control the arena a bit better. Yeah, Expert Mode is just a world difficulty. In Expert Mode, everything... Well, all enemies basically do twice as much damage and have twice as much health. And most bosses have additional AI or challenges. But there's also new loot, and you get a new accessory slot. But you can't change the world after being made unless you have an external program that edits the game. I would not... I mean, you can just go through and replay on Expert Mode after you finish the game. If you really want to play on Expert Mode... Like, you should not have infinite flight time where you are right now. It is a late game item that is really, really powerful. One of the best accessories in the game. And even if you were on Expert Mode, you would not get it for quite a while. It drops from what is arguably the second or third hardest boss in the game. Classic is fine for what it is. It's just what it is not that much of a challenge. It's more of just a vibe. Sandboxy. You know, you have some moderately difficult things, but nothing too tricky. Especially if you don't play video games very much, or you just want to relax and vibe. I played Tears of the Kingdom. I don't really play Zelda games, so no. I don't even have a Switch. Especially like younger children or people that don't play video games that often. Like, Classic is... There's nothing wrong with playing on Classic. It's just easier. You're back in 1.2 and Classic was the only mode? Yeah, I remember that as well. And it felt very difficult at that time. Not gonna lie. First time is good, but after the first time it's too easy. The game doesn't have to be difficult. Like, there's nothing wrong with the game being easy. Where do you post it? Just in any of the channels. I don't know. Request and order is fine. You play the hardest difficulty in pretty much every game, but Terraria you returned after a long time. You're playing Classic for now. Playing on the hardest difficulty on Terraria, after not having played for a long time, would be a very big mistake. Because it's really not conducive to learning and getting back in the rhythm of things. It's very punishing. And it's much better to learn on lower difficulties than apply that on higher difficulty. Only reason you play in Classic is because of traps and you sucking at dodging Moonlord. I mean, Moonlord's AI is exactly the same on every difficulty except in Get Fixed Boy, where it adds in the boulder attack. If you practice dodging the Moonlord on, like, Journey mode half damage or on Classic mode, you know, learning how to dodge him is a really big help on the higher difficulties. Getting a feel for it, instead of jumping in where he does really high damage and trying to learn there. Yeah, Journey mode lets you change the difficulty at will, along with other things. About to get to the game when you can just play tank. I mean, you can play tank on any difficulty. I don't know how that's relevant. I'd be taking about the same amount of damage from Plantera on Master Mode, maybe slightly higher. Phase 1, I think I would have actually taken less damage. I'd see you, JJ. Or the best armor for Summoner be against Moonlord? I would use Spooky Armor. If you wanted a tankier build, you could do armor mixing with the old one's armors and make like a tank Summoner. That's not quite as much of a glass cannon, but still has decent damage. You'll be sacrificing summon slots is the main thing, so you'll want to get them elsewhere from accessories and buffs and whatnot. But Spooky Armor is a good, just easy to get effective armor set for the Moonlord. If you wanted more whip range, you could go for Tiki Armor. You're sacrificing damage, but in exchange, you don't have to be as close to whip things. Do I stream often? Yes, but I'm not going to be streaming that much of this week. Usually I stream most days at noon EST. This week, though, I'm going to be busy Thursday onwards, so I'm only going to be streaming Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Yes, and you... God, I remember that happened during Dance Pad, Terraria, TMNWG. I think we had to do 4 Pumpkin Moons when we beat the game on a Dance Pad, because I think we got like 723 Spooky Wood or something after the 3rd one. And we had to go do another one. Thank you, JJ. See ya. You don't think I tell people to like and subscribe ever? No, I don't really do that. Pumpkin is great for money. That assumes you have an optimal setup to kill things. I mean, and you also need money. Like, money's not hard to get. I don't typically feel late game lack of money that often, so I don't usually do Pumpkin Moon to get rich. And like, if you're doing challenge setups or like Dance Pad, I didn't really have the means to kill things in Pumpkin Moon very well. But yeah, late game Pumpkin Moon is very good for money. Yeah, we're almost there. 2,400 to go. Pumpkin your favorite part of the game? That's interesting. I like Pumpkin Moon in multiplayer. I'm not a huge fan of it for single player. I think it's a lot more fun in multiplayer. Many kill Queen Slime and just ignore the optional ones. I don't think there's very much reason to kill Queen Slime. She's not a very interesting boss. It would be slow and uneventful. Nor does she drop anything useful. They patched the health scaling and damage scaling to be less prominent. They removed the damage scaling altogether. When they implemented the Pumpkin Moon scaling, there was originally a damage scaling bug that caused the damage of Pumpkin Moon mobs to scale based on the number of players present, which meant in multiplayer games they would be hitting for like 800,000 damage on expert mode. Which was fucking miserable, and but they removed that bug, and also toned down the health scaling, but the health scaling is annoying. I did like Pumpkin Moon a lot more before they added that. Because it was fun to just, like, trash on a bunch of enemies with a bunch of people. But, like, as is, you kind of progress through Pumpkin Moon at the same rate, regardless of the number of players you have. Which means you don't get more gear, because enemies don't drop treasure bags. And therefore you have to do Pumpkin Moon more times to get the same amount of gear for more people, because like it takes a similar amount of time to kill things because they have more health. So like not a fan of it. Is the stream gonna end after Plantera dies? I'm gonna do something else. It'll have been about 4 hours. I'm certainly not gonna fight another boss. We might vibe around, see what's going on in the dungeon, but the thing is, killing the dungeon enemies and stuff, paladins and whatnot, is probably going to be an off-stream endeavor because they have like 10,000 HP. Queen Bee is not better for money than Duke Fishron. You think it's too much time spending in playing Terraria? I mean, this is like, at this point, basically, I'm doing streaming like full time. Spending time doing this is like, I earn money by doing this. So no, I don't spend too much time doing it. Even just selling the worms outright, they sell for like, do worms sell for 10 gold? Like, the worms themselves, even if you don't fight Duke Fishron, like, it's a decent source of money. Damn, that tendril really latched right onto me. Below 2k, though. Yeah, no, if I set my spawn point nearby, then anytime a paladin, like if I have an artificial dungeon farm, I can trap paladins, and then if I just don't stay in front of dungeon walls, at other points in time, like after I die and respawn, then more dungeon enemies won't spawn, and I could potentially whittle away and kill paladins that way. But yeah, we're going to have to think about... It's definitely going to be an artificial farm. I'm not doing this... I'm not raw dogging paladins in the dungeon. We're going to make one somewhere else. I should get some wings. I have wings. I have fin wings. Which I did angler quests for. Unless you mean I should get wings post Plantera, in which case, I don't think so. I'm probably just gonna buy steampunk wings post Golem. Or see if we get lucky with the boss drop if we do bosses that drop wings. Killing wyverns is really not something I want to do. Hell, I could even buy leaf wings if I wanted a wing upgrade. Because leaf wings are better than fin wings. I know the purchasable wing for post Plantera. Bye, Foxy. The Plantera drops a dev set plus the axe? No. I'm gonna put my money on Wasp Gun. She's definitely gonna drop the Wasp Gun. Wasp Gun, and no other chance-based drops. No mask, no trophy. Not the Venus Magnum? No. Definitely the Wasp Gun. There was zero doubt in my mind. Stop. I think of doing random things on this world while keeping the challenge, like achievement hunting or making a base or expanding stuff. No, I'm probably just going to get finished with this challenge as soon as possible because I don't want to drag it out for even longer than it's already going to be. It's already going to take an obscene amount of time to finish this game. I'm not going to make it take even longer. So after doing this challenge, you want to say hello, you're still looking at the old live streams, don't want to get spoiled. Greetings from Germany, have fun playing. Hi, thank you, Smart Houseman. Welcome. What am I going to do next after this challenge? I don't know. It's a long way till we're done with it. It won't be anytime soon. Okay, we are almost in triple digits. I was rewatching some of the old Celeste streams from when I played the game for the first time. Because I've been looking through for some stuff to highlight, and like, holy fuck, people spoiling things was so I was getting so annoyed with it when the game was actually going on. And like, even going back and looking at it, it's still really annoying. Okay, 1027. I'm just not gonna drop a dev set. Come on. She's gonna drop the Wasp Gun. And none of her other chance-based drops. Chance-based drops. Okay, 772. Dev setting. No, she's not going to drop a dev set. She's going to drop the Wasp Gun. Look, you don't understand. This whole thing is pre-recorded. I already know how this is going to play out. I'm just watching over, talking over an old recording. It's going to be the Wasp Gun. Trust me, she's gonna drop the wasp gun. Reality's gonna change depth set? Alright, which depth set? It's gonna be Grox? No. No. This isn't Spore. Her tendrils are getting longer, right? Like, as the fight has progressed and she's sped up, her tendrils have been extending from her over a longer distance, right? Like, the length of these tendrils feels considerably longer. Maybe it's the speed that she's moving at herself that makes it feel weird. Okay, 500. God damn, stop coughing out so many spores. Holy shit. What was up with that? The length of these tendrils seems considerably longer. Yeah, that's what I said. What about it? God, I want those chicken tacos. I can smell them. I can smell them from my room. No? What do you mean no? Those are the lawnmower fumes too. I want to get to full HP before we go in for more damage, but it's fine. Just... Oh, whoops, I threw my lawnmower in accident. Okay. 327. Rock step set. No. She's not she's going to drop the wasp gun. I don't know part of that you guys aren't understanding. I have an IRL lawn, and will I mow it after this? My sister has a lawn. No, I will not mow it after this. Grox set. No, it's not going to be Grox's set. Grox the Great, more like Grox the Mid. Does anybody else see Plantera as a tripod creature that walks upright, like a tripedal creature, and her hooks are her feet? And she got these long-ass legs. Anybody else? She walks up to these sexy, big-ass, long legs, you know? Big plant legs. Okay, one more cycle after this. Doesn't have a single pixel left in her health bar. Please stop hitting me. Imagine I die now. It's not a very vivid imagination you have. Like, I'm not gonna die to Plantera. It's Plantera. did just hear wind against the side of my window, though, so I could see me losing power. As I hear thunder outside. That would be an entertaining end to the fight. Okay. Going for the kill. Okay, dead. Wow, would you look at that? It's the wasp gun, and nothing else. She dropped the wasp gun. Okay. You right? No, she didn't drop a pygmy staff, she dropped the wasp gun. Okay, I'm kind of tired now. I don't know if I'm gonna keep doing anything, today. It's gonna be a while till we kill Golem. Probably not till next Monday. Probably plan on Golem next Monday. We're gonna have to make, dungeon farm, though? Nice wasp gun. Awesome, nothing else. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, but yeah, Plantera, easy boss. Typically oh yeah, let's also go through, these walls in order from top to bottom. Okay? Let's see if Molly got them correct. So you have Mithril Brick, Cobalt Brick, Platinum Brick, Silver Brick, Lead Brick, Tin Brick, unfortunately, Molly, I am sorry. You said sandstone. This is not sandstone. This is smooth sandstone. You will need to refund, or you'll need to pay the cost, and your deposit will not be refunded. Gold brick, tungsten brick, iron brick, copper brick, obsidian brick, gray stucco, gray wall, crystal block, yeah, no, this is not smooth granite. This is crystal. Offline amethyst, topaz, sapphire, emerald, ruby, amber, diamond. This is smooth granite. This is not granite. And then, no, Marley, you put them in the wrong order. All those second rows of gem sparks are wrong. This isn't amethyst. It goes, diamond, amber, ruby, emerald, sapphire, topaz, amethyst. You put amethyst, topaz, sapphire, emerald, ruby, amber, diamond. You also, seem to have just completely missed the fact that this is just a glass wall. This is not leafy jungle. But then you have multi-stained glass, red stained glass, green stained glass, blue stained glass. You missed yellow stained glass. You forgot about that one. This is a dirt wall, not a mud wall. This is rich mahogany. This is regular wood. This is shade wood. Ice brick, snow brick. Chlorophyte brick. Red stucco. Pearl stone. Crimstone. Mushroom. Ashwood. I think you have it backwards. Oh wait, no, that is marble. Okay, marble, smooth marble, and then I'm sorry, Molly, but you did not get the last row at the very bottom, which is chlorophyte brick. There's a row of chlorophyte brick walls behind the chlorophyte bricks. So I mean, like, No, you got maybe like 70%. Missing out on these gem sparrow here was a big hit to your final score. It's just not fair, that last one. Sounds like what somebody who lost would say. Hope. Okay. What is our current playtime? And yeah, you can see all the, like, random-ass little places that I set up to kill tortoises across the jungle. There's so many of these things. There's one there, there's one there. Just a small little block setup with the hoik. I think this was one. Because I trapped them there and then, like, killed them there. Yeah. But yes, Melody was the only one that submitted an entry, so he did win. 77 hours, 24 minutes, 46 seconds. I'm going to probably put a poll up for what we do multiplayer or otherwise stream the next couple of days, but that's going to be it for today. I will be back tomorrow. Lawnmower only is going to continue next Monday, and that'll be the plan. We kill Golem. What does Melody win? I don't know, I'll think about it.